Thank you, David. Good afternoon. Today is December the 3rd, 2025, and it is 3:03 p.m. As a quorum of the committee is in attendance, I would like to call the meeting to order of the Central Health Ad Hoc Policy and Bylaws Committee. As a reminder, one of our committee members may be also participating via video conference, so the staff will be managing video and audio feeds for all participants closely to make sure that we have a legally compliant meeting at all times. I would like to announce that in order to make it more accessible to community members, we will hold public communication for the Ad Hoc Policy and Bylaws Committee Managers Meeting at approximately 5 p.m. today, as we are having a series of meetings. Unless a member of the public wishes to comment on a specific item on this agenda now. Do we have anybody that is here to speak in public communication? No. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and proceed to the committee agenda. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of October 21st, 2025 Ad Hoc Policy and Bylaws Committee meeting. Do I have a motion? We have a motion and a second for approval of the minutes for the October 21st. Do we have all those in favor say aye? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passed. And today we have item number 2, discuss and take appropriate action on revisions to the Central Health amended and restated bylaws, which we're going to go ahead and proceed now. Are Bedla and David Duncan here to be presenting on this particular? David, are you here to present on this?
I think I'm going to present.
Okay, Ann, please take it.
Committee members, I have a motion that I'm going to present to you all, and then of course David's here to answer any questions, and Perla if y'all have questions. And this motion is it's the actual language that David prepared for us based on the list of requests that I had made available to the committee at the last meeting. So I'm going to move the item to put it on the table for discussion purposes and then lay it out and talk you guys through it. So I move that the committee recommend that the board approve the revisions to the Central Health amended and restated bylaws as discussed today in this Ad Hoc Policy and Bylaws Committee. So you need a second.
I'll second. Cynthia seconds.
Okay, I'm going to walk y'all through this motion. So, and the motion is in the form of red lines to the current bylaws. It was just handed out to y'all, so it should be, it's a separate document of the bylaws. It's this document. Does everybody have it? Shannon, do you have it? Yeah, it should have red lines in it, so it should be that one. Everybody have it? Okay. The first changes are on page 3. So if y'all want to, you see the red lines on page 3? Everybody got that? Okay, what this is this is Article 3, Section 3.0. So this is the sections that relate to the duties and authorities of the board. And one of the things that I had recommended is just to make that more clear for all of us. And so I'm going to walk you through those changes. Item C was added, and it says, so this is the duties and authorities of the board: manage, control, and administer the hospital or hospital system of the district. That language is straight out of the statute that establishes hospital districts. Then in item number G, this was just clarification to make it clear that with regard to the president and CEO, the board hires and oversees. Before it just said appoint, and appoint's kind of an unclear word. So it says hire and oversee, and then it says that we appoint the compliance officer and may appoint a district employee as assistant administrator. So that's all same content. It's just using hire and oversee instead of appoint for clarity purposes. Then if you go down to N, this part's new. This is a new section. I had suggested this because I think it captures perspective, thank you. Develop and maintain collaborative relationships with the governing bodies of key affiliated entities, including Community Care and Sendero, and the governing bodies of partnering entities such as Integral Care. So this is saying that this is a responsibility of the board to develop and maintain those collaborative board-to-board type relationships. O is about the chief compliance officer. And this one, I felt like I wanted to suggest that we have a bit more clarity about the chief compliance officer's duties, because we appoint the chief compliance officer. So it says the chief compliance officer shall report matters directly to the board in accordance with board-approved policies, procedures, and processes, in accordance with the Office of Inspector General guidance and other laws and regulations related to ensuring compliance. So there's a whole body of law out there about the role of compliance officers and the role of boards with compliance officers. And so this is just saying that, and that includes the compliance officer reporting to the board, which has been our practice. That's not a change. It's just saying that, it's just clarifying that they'll report directly to the board in accordance with our policies and procedures. So we'll have to work out with the new compliance officer exactly what that means. In other words, do we want them to report quarterly or once a month or whatever, and what do we want them to report? And so it doesn't attempt to say what the reports are. We'll have to work that out with that person when they start and get the feet under them. It just says that that's what they'll do. And then I referenced the Office of Inspector General guidance because there is guidance that they have written about board's responsibilities for compliance. We have a table of upcoming board decisions, and on that we included training. So the whole board will be going through some training on a number of things, and compliance will be one of them. So, and we also are going to have the opportunity later today to interview the candidate for compliance officer, so we can talk to her about this. I actually got this language. I had the opportunity to talk with her once, and she's the one that pointed me to the OIG guidance. So anyway, so that's what that is. So let me stop there before I go through the, do you want me to stop here, Cynthia, and see if there's any questions, or should I go through the whole thing? Okay.
In G, it says, if you go to the second line, and may appoint. Do we want it to say, what would be the decision whether we appointed or we didn't appoint?
Well, I think the reason it says may appoint, that's legacy, so David, you may have to speak to that. Is that from the statute?
Yes, directly.
They use the term may?
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'm looking at the older version of this, because I don't have anything for O. And on
Do you have the red line version?
It's red line, but
Yeah, okay.
it's an older version.
Okay.
So I don't have any, in mine, G does not have may. And in O, I have, all I say is meet other requirements.
We're gonna make sure you get the latest one. They're
Latest one is fine.
right there.
Laid on top of your stuff. It's in red.
That's not it.
It's probably documents that's all right.
We still his, okay.
Okay, you got it now?
Thank you, we're fine.
No question? Okay.
Go ahead, Shannon.
I just want to make sure, because this is important discussion. Are we operating from both of these documents?
No,
Okay, so.
we are
let's start.
operating from this document. This is
Okay,
what we're
that's the one I have here.
Yes.
But this is the one that I thought you just referenced.
Yeah, this was the one, the older revision. So
This is for your committee agenda and motions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I saw the red documents, okay.
Yeah, you have too many pieces of paper.
Can we, so this may, is that, do we have to state it exactly as it is?
okay,
I mean, because the may is confusing to me.
we're talking to G about
Yeah,
G?
we're still talking
Okay,
about
on
G.
G, I still do not have may, I just have president and CEO, and appoint the compliance officer for the district.
And May
Oh,
of,
and may, the last
Yeah.
line, and may appoint a district employee as an assistant administrator.
Because your may appoint was the existing language in your current bylaws.
Got it? I
you
understand.
got a good question to
But,
ask.
but, so my question is, can we just alleviate the may?
Yep.
Because I find it confusing. And if our intention will be for the board to appoint, then it won't be a may appoint, it will be, we will
Shall.
appoint.
I'm happy to take a friendly amendment to make that a shall if you want to do that.
I think so.
Okay,
I would like
accept
to-
that.
Or just
Oh,
appoint.
yes, oh,
Well-
but Shannon wants to say
Yeah,
something.
well, before we do that, I guess one of the questions I would ask is how on an organizational chart, where would the may fit?
The may just means that we as a board can make a decision whether or not we want a deputy administrator. And we have traditionally done that.
It's permissive.
It's permissive.
No,
We,
no, I follow what you're saying, but
Okay.
I guess my question is that I could see later somewhere down the line, not the current CEO, but others saying, you may do something, but that doesn't mean you have the
have to.
authority to do it.
oh, well, okay, so,
right.
okay, so, David, you want to speak to that?
That would be an incorrect reading. If you give yourself the authority, you have the authority. It's in the bylaws. There's no way someone could say that.
So
That
what,
You having the discretion doesn't mean you have the discretion. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. That would not make sense. If you have the authority, you have the authority. The CEO can't say, no, you can't appoint someone because it says may. You've given yourself the authority to do it.
okay, so why is it necessary to say may?
We copied the statute. The bylaws are just a copy of the statute. That's where it came from.
Okay, all right then.
Can we use shall instead of may?
I'm taking a friendly amendment if y'all want to do that.
Well, I could, okay.
I'm sorry,
can
who's
somebody
that?
just read,
Oh,
this is
Amit,
Amit, yeah, hey. Could somebody just read me that line? I'm sorry, I'm on the road.
I can
Go
do
ahead
that.
and read.
So, Amit, we're talking.
Just the may part, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I've
yeah.
caught enough context.
Right now it says may appoint a district, no, it says,
Could you
yeah, may
read maybe
appoint a
just
district-
the
that section.
6 words, the 6 words right before may as well, and I think that'll be sufficient for me.
okay, appoint the compliance officer for the district and may appoint a district employee as an assistant administrator.
Okay. It may appoint a system employee, is that what it says? A district
A
employee?
district employee as a assistant administrator.
Now, this is, the deputy administrator is the person who would be overseeing central health operations if in fact we had a vacancy or for some reason or another, we were absent a CEO.
Yeah,
That's the only reason that even exists there.
yeah.
So that we'll have some continuity of operations as an agency. I mean,
No, okay, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. So it just says may though, right? Like, so meaning that we have the option to do that?
and may
And
appoint.
so I think, yeah, and so it seems to me that what the may is doing is giving the board the optionality to either do it if the board wishes, or not do it if the board does not wish. And so I would see, in my experience, I like to preserve flexibility. Do we want to switch it from may to must? Is that what the idea is?
Well, it
That's
shall.
that's what's on the table,
Yeah.
Amit, yes.
Okay, so what we want to do is we want to make it required that the board always appoint a deputy administrator. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. According to David,
Oh.
that's following language from the
So,
statute.
so let me just speak
What
to, let me,
the
Amit,
may is following language. So yeah, I'm listening, Ann. Sorry.
okay, so that was something that Dr. Brinson suggested. I took it as a friendly amendment, and let me tell you why. Because I think it's prudent from the board's perspective to have something in place in case, anything were to happen to our CEO. So then we have that person in place. We don't have, if something happened to our CEO, we wouldn't have to wonder what we were doing. And this makes sure that we, for our fiduciary duties of, you know, I think for our fiduciary duties, it makes sense to say shall appoint.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me, but for the fact that I would almost prefer to see this more codified in maybe a business continuity or like a succession policy that the organization has, to where it's more detailed even than just the deputy administrator, but it has more of this fleshed out, so that we move to a place where that becomes a policy and actually, you know, kind of an active and breathing succession planning process for business continuity purposes. And we keep the may in there so that if for some reason that process fails, then the board, you know, is able to step in and sort of assign a secondary administrator. So yeah, anyway,
Would you,
that's my
would you,
thought.
would you be amenable, because that is on the table, it's being offered, and it looks like it has consensus here, but
I would-
but when we get to the development, and review of the policies, that we make sure that we have a policy in there that will incorporate everything that you just said. So that's
Well,
not the
yeah, I mean,
bylaws, we're looking at the bylaws right now, not.
I totally understand that,
Okay.
Cynthia. That makes sense, and that's exactly why I would just prefer to have the option in there, because we're obviously using that option. But what we don't want to do is write a policy that conflicts. That's comprehensive sort of succession planning or continuity policy. We don't want to write a policy that's going to conflict with the bylaw. So if the bylaw says may, that gives the board the elasticity to be able to react or not react to the policy, and it also gives the board the ability to supersede the policy. You know, if the board so chooses. That's what the may does. It preserves the optionality, and it doesn't force the board to do that. So that's my thought, and you know, I just expressed it. So yeah,
I appreciate that, Amit, thank you.
but it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'm gonna keep the shall in there, but because I think it's, tracks with our fiduciary duty. I think the policy is a good idea, but this comes first, not the policy. Policy follows this, not the other way
That's
around.
right. Elisa?
If we're gonna remove, let me just suggest this, if we're going to remove the may appoint to make it a shall appoint,
Yeah.
why don't we just say and appoint a district employee, so that it tracks the previous language
Yeah,
of
can do that.
appointing your compliance officer?
Are
It's
you
Thank you,
cleaner.
Elisa.
Are you making that as an amendment to my motion?
That's an amendment to your amendment.
I accept it.
Well, I said that actually to
Oh, you
begin
did?
with. Yes. Can't we just say and appoint? But that's okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, that's okay, that's okay. Cynthia, how do you feel about it?
Better, yeah.
Okay, we got it, Elisa.
All right,
Okay, is Shannon?
strike it.
Yeah, so Shannon, do you
Strike
still have
me.
some concerns I can see on your face?
I'm just concerned in terms of control. Oh, thank you. In terms of what we're saying here, who's in charge?
The board
Or
of
is
managers.
or is this saying that the board is in charge and this is what you must do?
This
Yes,
is what the board does.
Right. The question though is that, does that minimize the expectation or the ability of the CEO to make appointments?
no, we're dealing here with the board's responsibilities. And then there's a separate section for the CEO's responsibilities.
Right, but we haven't gotten to that section.
No, that's
So
next.
the question is there going to be a conflict?
Yes,
I'm
go
just-
ahead.
Yeah, yes, in the sense with regard to the compliance officer, it is not the CEO's role to appoint a compliance officer. Under the law, the compliance officer is appointed by the board, because the board's responsible for compliance. The only other one is the assistant administrator, and under the statute, it's the board that appoints the deputy administrator. So this is not speaking about any other employees, it's just these two.
Okay.
We want to make sure that there is no possible conflict between the compliance officer and the person who is evaluating them, or who they're responsible to or reporting to, and who they should be reporting to is the board. Just to make sure that everything remains above board if there are potential conflicts down the road within the staffing.
And if those conflicts come with
The
board
within
members,
staff.
No, the existing language says appoint the compliance officer.
No,
Yes.
I follow that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to say is, if he or she or they are investigating a board member,
That's part of their job.
Yeah.
there's no, the question of independence, to me, comes into question, and there's no other recourse for them to be able to go to another or part of the organization and say, hey, look, I have, you don't have to spend time on it, I'm just raising what potentially could be,
It's ultimately the responsibility of the whole board. And if there's misconduct by one board member, it's still the responsibility
Of
of
the
the
other,
whole board.
of the other board
to
members.
act. And they need to know about it, and it's reported to them, and they decide how to act.
okay, all right, I'm not gonna belabor because I won't.
Okay.
Okay, I just had
Yeah.
a comment.
Elisa and then
Oh,
Amit.
go ahead.
Okay, okay, so if we go with this language, which I am comfortable with, I do want to pick up, on Amit's point about, giving ourselves the flexibility and so forth. And, Cynthia, you mentioned that we could do that in our policies and procedures component, that we could possibly put something in there. So if we end up doing that, I do want to make sure that we pick up on it, on the policies and procedures piece of it, so that we don't lose sight of the whole
No,
thing.
well, that's correct, but bylaws would cover
Right.
Trump.
But I just want to, I'm just
Yes.
saying, I want to underscore the need to do that and follow up.
Yes, I just earlier said that that's what we were going to do. We'll do that when we continue
All right, thank you.
deliberating on the policy component of the Policy and Bylaws Committee.
You want me to go through the rest of
Yes,
it now?
please. Are y'all ready to move on? Or Amit, I'm sorry, Amit had something to say. I
Yeah, I
apologize.
just wanted to point out that, yeah, I totally agree. I mean, as far as the compliance officer, it all makes sense. When it comes to the deputy administrator, that I think our logic with what policies are and how they would interact with this isn't tracking with the logic that I'm trying to communicate, which is that right now the board has the option to assign a deputy administrator. We lose nothing right now with the may there. If we remove the may, that means we must assign a deputy administrator. And therefore, if there is a succession planning policy or a continuity policy, the bylaws can possibly conflict with that later. It gives us less flexibility to be able to develop a policy. We don't want to develop a policy that's comprehensive and then say, oh, now we need to go back and change the bylaws to make that a may. I feel like the assignment of a deputy administrator, I think having the option to do that is great, because we lose nothing with the option. When we take out the may, what we lose is the option. I mean, right now we can see that we're exercising that option, right? And so I just want to say, yeah, I'd
you.
rather not lose optionality. That's it. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you, Amit.
so
And-
Amit, this is the motion that I'm bringing forward, and I strongly feel like that is our responsibility as a board to make sure that we have designated a deputy administrator in the event that our CEO is not
Incapacitated.
because that is our job, that is our most important job as a board, is to designate the person who is going to be responsible for administration and management of our operations. So we have to do that.
Oh,
So,
absolutely.
and so, wait, let me just
Yeah.
finish. I heard your argument, I'm not taking it off, I want to vote on it. It's in my motion, I want this committee to vote on it. And, because, well, we have to do it, okay? Because somebody has to be in charge.
Well,
Let me-
I think-
Amit, may I finish, please? May I finish?
Yes, please.
Amit, somebody has to manage our organization. We have a CEO to do that. If he, I'm gonna say something terrible, Pat, please don't listen to this, but if he had an
Falls over.
accident tomorrow, and he couldn't do his job, and we had not designated a deputy administrator,
Even
we would be
temporarily.
scrambling. So that is our
Well-
let me finish. That is our responsibility, so I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna keep this in my motion.
Okay,
I understand. Okay, so may I respond to what you've said?
okay. 30 seconds or less, Amit, go.
Wait, are you the chair? I'm sorry. Is
Yes,
that the
I am
rule?
the chair.
Cynthia's
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
chair.
Okay,
I am
okay,
the
I'm
chair.
sorry.
I'm just laying out my
okay.
motion, that's all.
You
Thank
want to
you.
say something else? Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I do. I just wasn't clear who was the chair because Ann was telling me to stop talking. And so, okay.
Well, it's my
Yes,
motion, Ahmed.
in 30 seconds. Oh, so I understand, Ann, I understand it's your motion.
Time starts now.
In 30, well, the point is that I think that the things that you were characterizing, Ann, are all like,
points.
I'm not saying that the board shouldn't assign a deputy administrator. I'm not saying that it's not an important role. And I'm not saying that there isn't, there aren't circumstances where that causality is there. I'm saying that we've solved for it. In fact, right now, this board has assigned a deputy administrator. We have that taken care of. So I'm not saying that it's not important. I'm saying that it's accommodated, actually, already. And so I just don't think that it's fair to frame, I think, my argument that way. In fact, in current state, we have solved for exactly all of the concerns
I appreciate,
that you've mentioned. And so thank you.
I appreciate that, Amit, but I think this is just a matter of semantics, and that's all. That's it.
You want me
Okay.
to Go on?
Shannon, one last thing.
Could you read where you're talking about the deputy administrator?
It's where it says,
It just says, it's in G. You see G, and it says, and the way that that it's been proposed to revise, and appoint a district employee as an assistant administrator, which I think is the term in the statute.
the last few words of that, of G.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna be an assistant administrator.
Yeah,
not
that's-
deputy-
that's,
not deputy.
Well, whatever, it's a statutory term, whatever the
I mean,
statutory.
words obviously mean.
No, you're exactly right.
something.
Is it,
If
the
attorneys
statute
are
says
telling
deputy?
us-
What does it say, David?
It's defined in the definitions. President and CEO is defined in wait a minute. I know we did this at one point. Wait a minute. This is in the-
Definitions.
No, it's in here somewhere. We did this.
Actually, it's not.
No, it isn't.
It's not defined in
Can I
our
s-
bylaws.
While he's
definition.
looking, may I just say something?
Yes,
It's
Elisa?
pertinent to what as he's looking. Currently, we have a deputy assistant administrator. That's the title that individual holds. All I'm saying is that I want us to be consistent with the language.
You're right.
If we end up with assistant administrator here, I think that the person that holds the deputy assistant administrator, that title should be amended so that it reads exactly like it reads here.
I agree.
just think it's important.
No,
everything stay
we agree.
consistent.
Elisa.
It's defined in the bylaws, 9.2. If the president and CEO is incapacitated, absent for a period of more than 72 hours, or unable to perform his or her duties, the assistant administrator, as described in 281.027 of the Texas Health and Safety Code, who is the same individual that holds the title of deputy administrator of the district. It is defined in the bylaws already.
And what we will
has
do
been for years.
is, and we knew that, but what happened is that it did not get included in the definitions component of our bylaws. So what we'll do is just add that definition for clarification purposes to the bylaws.
Okay,
Under definition,
okay, well, that answers that, even though
Yeah.
I have a different interpretation of it, but that's what the attorney said.
okay.
I guess my other question goes to roles and responsibilities. So what we're saying is that the board will be hiring the CEO and hiring the deputy administrator.
The compliance
No,
officer.
what it says is appointed a district employee as an assistant administrator, so the CEO hires the employee, we just designate which one is the assistant administrator.
The two hires that we make as a board are for
Yeah.
our CEO and for the compliance officer.
Okay, okay.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I'm concerned of precedent we're setting for, we will say, okay, CEO, you hire these two people, but we will tell you who will be the
We
deputy.
do that now, Shannon, we've
Well,
been
I
doing it for
know,
years.
that's the question I'm raising is that the appropriate way? It's what we've done, I'm not,
Well, see, here's my thought. So the statute says, the statute, by statute, I mean the one that creates the hospital district,
Right.
okay? It says that the board is responsible for managing, controlling, and administering the hospital, okay? So all the responsibility is with us. And then it says, we appoint a CEO. And then it has, it lists what the
Right,
CEO
right.
does. And then it says, we may appoint this number two this deputy assist, not number two, this deputy assistant person who can, it's just
Deputy
another way to make
administrator.
sure we've got our CEO covered. You know, it says that it's in the statute. I'm not sure what your question is.
I'm just concerned that we're removing some ability of the CEO to be able to do some of the things that he or she may need to do.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that.
I-
This person only person only acts when there is no CEO, because the CEO is incapacitated or otherwise is not operating. So then it falls back on us, it's our responsibility to say who's in charge. So this person doesn't act as the deputy assistant administrator when you have a CEO operating. So this is not establishing somebody over the CEO.
Practice is not always consistent with what the guidelines say, but I hear what you're saying. I'll leave that battle alone because I can foresee some issues down the line. So let's move on.
And I'd appreciate, if you see something in the future, please bring it up, Shannon. Thank you. Oh, Amit,
First.
Amit, hello? Do we lose you?
I just said I share the same concerns, but we don't need to belabor it, and thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
And
And
I'm just
Lisa?
gonna, I am gonna underscore this. Again, I think our language should be consistent, and right here we have assistant administrator, and then on
We're gonna
that-
make it deputy administrator.
Okay,
So
so
it
you're
will
gonna
be
change
consistent.
assistant to
Yes.
deputy.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
And then we'll add that to definitions in the front of the bylaws also. Not just to be cited within the body.
Did you catch that, David? You got that? Okay, all right. Chair, do you want me to move on to the next
Please.
section? Okay, the next section of changes, okay, the next section is on page 7. And this has to do with the Budget and Finance Committee. And it is, so David, I might
Kitchen,
need,
you skipped two
Huh?
big ones at the bottom of 3.9.
oh, did I miss something?
Yeah, O and N and O. Did you,
All right, I already spoke to those.
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
She started out
We were-
with them.
Because
Yeah.
we're above that, I thought we hadn't gotten to those.
Yeah, no, I
Sorry.
already spoke to that.
Sorry,
So on
sorry.
page 7, that's the next one, right, isn't it?
Yes.
This one has to do with the Budget and Finance Committee. And so the suggestion in this motion is that we make the Budget and Finance Committee a committee of the whole. And the reason I was suggesting that is because that's really how we're operating. Because the way the language is right now, anybody that shows up to the Budget and Finance Committee is on
On
that
there.
committee and can vote at that committee meeting. So we're effectively operating as a committee of the whole. So that was the reason. And so David, I guess you accomplished that by just lining out this language. Is that how you did it? Okay. So can you show me the language that says that it's a
Committee of the whole.
committee of the whole? What should I look at for that?
7.8.2.
Oh, 7.8.2 is where it makes that clear. Okay, on page 10. Okay, so that's where it's the committee of the whole. And so what this one does is just makes it consistent with that? Is that what you were doing here?
Yeah. You
Okay,
need to do that because it talks about
It says majority of the board.
that section.
okay,
which
okay,
actually
Thank you, David.
okay. Okay, so then going on to page 9 is the medical committee.
Yes.
And this, I talked with, what I'm suggesting here is to add item number C, which speaks to, a function of the medical committee. And what it says right now, what I'm suggesting adding is the medical committee shall review, consider, and make recommendations to the board on policy matters related to quality, scope of medical services, relationships with the medical school, and other related services and matters not involving the practice of medicine. and it's worded this way because the intent is to talk about policy matters, not to
Get involved in provider matters.
yeah,
Issues.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. So that's that one. Should I keep
Do you have a
going, or
question,
do you-
Shannon?
I just have a question.
Okay, Elisa?
By chance, I'm just curious, and I think it would be prudent, by chance, did we talk to Dr. Martin about that?
Yes.
Since okay, good, since
Yes.
he's the chair of the committee.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You already
Thank
did.
you.
Yeah, I talked to him about it, invited him to have changes. He was gonna be here today. He didn't have any changes. I mean, if he comes up with something between now and the actual board meeting, he can present it at the actual board meeting. But he, as far as I know, he's fine with this language, and I did talk to him about it.
Okay.
I talked to him about the concepts, and he said, yes, he wanted to do that, and I sent him the language.
You did send me one.
Yes.
Okay, I have no real problem with this, it makes sense. I guess the only concern, right, is does that eliminate the ability of non-medical committee members to interject or provide input in terms of policy and relationship between the board and the medical school?
I don't think so. Because it's still, above, it says, let's see. It says make recommendations to the board, so that the committee would not be doing anything final in terms of these policy matters. It's just that they would consider these types of things and make recommendations to the full
Okay,
board.
so
And as they are a committee listed in our bylaws, any board member has the right to sit in. We have, those are public
okay,
meetings.
well, that sort of goes to where I'm going to. I was
Okay.
trying to get to- Okay.
So I keep going?
Anything else, Shannon? Elisa? Amit?
Okay. Amit?
Thanks, no.
Okay, Ann?
Okay, so
Continue, please.
then the next change is on page 10, under 7.6. I'm proposing to take out the no more than 4 board members. Right now, it says the committees shall be composed of no more than 4 board members. Of course, budget and finance is an exception to that, but, so I'm suggesting taking that out because I think it's my suggestion that I think that's too limiting, that I think that a committee should be able to have more than 4 members if there's a reason for it. And so I'm just proposing taking that out.
So, in this case, the number would be 6?
It would be
It'd
whatever.
be
It
whatever.
shows up.
It could be 5, it could be 6, it could be 7.
As a
could be
new
8,
committee is recommended or is going to be discussed by the board to be created, you know, that would be a good time to
Yeah.
decide, hey, we have 5 members, 6 members, you know, 3 members.
Yeah.
It's the option of the board.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the next one is,
7.8.2.
yeah, that's the one that makes the Budget and Finance Committee a committee of the whole.
Okay.
So
Then,
then the next one is page 14. Yeah, he strikes all that to make it a committee. Page 14.
8.14.
8.14, this has to do with the record of meetings. So the proposal is to add a sentence that the board shall maintain records of closed session meetings in accordance with policies established by the board and in compliance with applicable legal requirements. So the thinking there is that my understanding is, and others may want to
I can chime in.
yeah, my understanding is that this is a practice that we used to have to keep.
Since the inception.
Yeah, since the inception that we had records
Of our
of
board.
closed meetings. The reason that I think that that's, and I'm used to operating on boards that do that, so I've seen it done. The purpose of it is to do a couple of things. It's first to allow board members who may not have been able to participate to understand what happened in closed session. They can go back and listen to that. It's not available to the public, but it is available to board members. So that's one purpose.
If they were not at a particular
Yeah, if they
meeting.
weren't there. Second purpose is if there's ever any question or disagreement about what was actually said or decided, although you can't, it's not a vote, but a lot of times we get a consensus within a closed session. If there's ever any concern or disagreement about that, we've got a record to go back to. Right now, the way it is right now, we have no way of knowing what we talked about in closed session.
Okay, question?
Yes, Elisa.
Having a record's always good, but let me ask this question. Since it would be in closed session, a record of the closed session deliberations, if you will, who would have, who legally then has access to that recording or that information?
The way we used to handle that, up until September of '23, until today, during that little section, it was decided by the chair that they would stop recording executive sessions. It was not brought before the board, and there was no notice provided to the board to take action on it as an agenda item. So what we're doing is fixing that
I understand that.
and bringing it back. And so the way it would happen before is we had a separate recorder that would record the executive session or closed session deliberations. That was kept at the Travis County Attorney's Office. And so what we would do is, like, I a couple of times needed to review what was done in executive session. So we made arrangements, Central Health made arrangements for that recording to come over here. They'd put it on the little computer, laptop, so I could watch it. I could listen to it.
Okay, I'm gonna take it, I appreciate that explanation, because that's
And then
good.
it went back.
It's excellent in terms of the process, how it worked. But now I'm looking at, we agreed to this language. My question is very definitive. Who has access to these recordings beyond, let me go, beyond, like, for example, how you
The
did
board.
that? And where I'm going with this is if we are in a lawsuit
That's right.
of some sort, I need to know who has access to this information.
Okay, can I speak to that?
Go ahead, please, as
Well-
a lawyer.
Well, the way it's written right now, this language is written right now, it would have to be in accordance with policies established by the board. So that means we'd have to have a policy that answered your question, as well as other questions, and it would answer, you could write it in here if you wanted to, or I just kicked it to a policy.
In state law, there's only two people that can look.
Okay, well, you can
A
answer.
current sitting board member,
Okay,
a state district judge. That's it.
I'm
That's
sorry,
it.
say
A
that again.
A state district judge.
Okay,
Nobody
current
else.
That's
sitting
it.
board
You couldn't
member.
write a policy and say, Pat can listen to
Okay.
it, because he can't.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
That's
Does that
it.
answer your
Yeah,
question?
that answers it.
Okay.
And it's already in law, so that's good.
Just for clarification, if you did let Pat listen to it, you committed a crime.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's just, what is it again? David, what is it again? It's who can listen?
That's in
The
the-
seated
A
board
current
member,
sitting board member only, not a member. If there was a member that was in the meeting and then resigned and left,
Okay.
they
They
can't
cannot
listen
come
to it.
back.
Okay, current sitting board members and judges, right? State judge. Okay,
whatever law says.
okay.
Could be district judge, whatever.
Well, so David, do you think that this language,
Do you think,
do you think this, what, it says, do you think that this language is, when it says in compliance with applicable legal requirements, is that okay?
It's fine.
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
Is that it on this? Amit? I can't see.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay,
No, I have nothing to say, thanks.
okay. And next?
Okay, so the next one is on page 16. And it's item number K. And this is under section 9, which is the president and CEO's responsibilities. And so this changes is a clarification change. It's not a content change. It says, the current language is execute contracts, amendments, and renewals in accordance with board-approved policies and procedures. The suggestion is just to change in accordance with to as directed by board-approved policies and procedures. It's just a clarity item.
Clarifying.
I think that for me, well, it's a subtle difference. To me, it makes it clear that it's the board that has to,
And
direct.
My suggestion for
Yeah.
that had originally been as directed by the Board of Managers, period.
Okay,
So, because
Okay.
we would be acting, of course, under, according to our lawyers, what we are able legally to do. But it does specifically state that it's as directed by the board.
okay.
And so, but it can be yours.
You're okay with this?
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
Okay. Okay.
Maram, do you have a question? Welcome.
No, Chair. Thank you. I'm good right now. Thank you.
Amit,
Could I hear this? Yeah, could I just please hear the difference again, the nuanced difference? Thank you.
Okay, so the current proposed language is and this is under the CEO's responsibilities. The current language is execute contracts, amendments, and renewals in accordance with board-approved policies and procedures. That's what's in the current bylaws. The suggestion is to strike in accordance with and replace it with as directed by.
my suggestion was
oh.
as directed by Board of Managers, period.
And now it says as directed by policies and
Board
procedures.
policies
board
and
approved.
procedures, correct.
Okay.
You wanna check?
And the only reason I was concerned about that is because as we're going to be dealing with this year of addressing all our policies, we may be in a situation where those policies may not even exist or
Okay.
may be in flux.
Okay.
And so we want to make sure that who is it that has the ultimate authority, and it's the board.
Are you making a friendly
I'm
amendment?
asking if you would
I
consider a
accept
friendly
that.
amendment.
I accept that friendly amendment. So it would read, execute contracts, amendments, and renewals as directed by the board.
Okay. Do we have a sense of how many contracts we sign, or in a year, or what that
Well,
what that process would look like? I guess.
This would not require us to do a case-by-case, contract-by-contract. All we have to do is sign something that says our CEO is gonna execute all contracts over $1 million, or all contracts, period, whatever we wanted to say. It doesn't require each contract to be voted on by the board.
So just for clarification, this will follow a policy. There will be a policy that'll be more definitive?
Yes,
It sounds like it?
yes. And
Okay.
Madam Treasurer? We're on?
Yeah, I just have further clarifications in terms of the executing contracts. Do we currently, can you remind me of our current policy right now as it holds for our CEO? Is it, I know if I recall correctly, previously it was up to a certain amount. So currently, right now, David, our CEO, has authority to execute all contracts regardless of the amount, or did we refine it? Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Just trying for
Way more
clarification.
labyrinthian than that. It's very complicated. It involves, if there are things that are already in the current budget, he can approve it, and there's no threshold. If there are it's PUR 001 and PUR 003 and PUR 005. There are 3 different policies. We can send you all of them. And they've been reviewed and approved by the board since the beginning of time. Well, actually, not since the
No,
beginning
we
of
have
time.
not.
What are they
Since-
again, David?
PUR-001, PUR-003, PUR-005. I'm looking at Jeff because he's going to shake his head in a minute.
Okay,
And one of them has a PUR-005P, is that right? There's a policy, an SOP that goes with one of them, Jeff? I'd have to find it. Sorry. There's a subset of one of those.
it was somewhere in the back of my mind that I can remember, because I had this conversation with Mike when he was our CEO. And what I stated, what I brought up was that according to, maybe it was a contract that we had with him, that the CEO cannot enter into contracts without the board approving them. He could not, the CEO cannot go off and just make any contracts that he wants to without it coming before the board. The board ultimately is the fiduciary responsibility and responsible for the running of this agency. So,
Okay, question, but there's gotta be some latitude for our CEO to operate.
no, that's right, as directed.
Okay, there is.
We'll send you all the policies and the SOPs.
And we're going to be dealing with the rest of the policies,
Okay.
but we want to make sure that it's the ultimate, the ultimate authority rests with the board of managers.
Ultimately, we're responsible for those numbers.
That's right. We're the ones that get appointed to do this, otherwise we can leave.
I just don't wanna tie his hands.
I want to say in the PUR 005, so PUR 001 is the delegation from the board to the CEO. PUR 005 is a sub-delegation. It
Those are-
allows him to delegate to the other senior managers that report to him.
And those are under
within
the
certain
policies, correct?
It's all in the policy, and y'all
Okay,
have
which
reviewed
we're
that.
going to be addressing this
Within the
coming-
last year, y'all have reviewed that policy.
Yeah, we're going to be addressing all of them.
Okay.
Any more concerns? Maram? You're our treasurer, Amit?
I'm just, well, I guess I'm just really not clear on the net benefit, and I'm not clear on what the process is going to be. I don't think I got the clarity that I was looking for. I don't know. I mean, to me, this sounds like, yeah, I don't know where, what this looks like procedurally, I guess, and if there isn't a change procedurally, then I don't know what the net benefit is of changing the language. So I just don't have good clarity on that.
We welcome
especially.
We welcome your opinion as we move forward throughout this year in addressing whatever changes we are prioritizing within our policies for Central Health.
Right. I guess that's my point. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I can see Maram has a concern, or is that it? Feel free.
Mine is actually, sorry, I came in late.
That's okay.
Maybe I should finish going through the.
Once we
these
finish,
first.
because I had
Yeah.
another proposed amendment
Okay,
to another
that's fine.
section, so
Okay.
that's.
Okay,
Ann?
okay, so now we're on page 17. Okay, 17 at the end of 9.2. My proposal here is to add some clarity around the deputy administrator. And it said, again, this is under the whole section that relates to our president and CEO and his responsibilities. So 9.2 is the section that says if the president and CEO is incapacitated, the deputy administrator
Bless you.
steps in. So what I'm proposing is to add a sentence at the end that says, the president and CEO shall involve the deputy administrator in all district operational and other matters necessary to prepare the administrator to take on these functions and shall communicate the deputy administrator's responsibilities to district staff. The purpose of this language is to, is again, to make it clear that the deputy administrator will need to be prepared to step in as administrator as the CEO in the event that something happened to our CEO. And as you recall, we did that.
We had that.
We had that. Our deputy administrator stepped in during the time period where Mr. Giesland left, and we hired Dr. Lee.
Prior to Dr. Lee, yes.
So it's happened before. So it's just, if this was to ever happen in the future, just clarifying our expectations as a board that person, we're going to appoint that person and we expect them to be ready.
Maram?
I have a question in terms of the role of the deputy administrator, and I don't see it in the bylaws. Maybe you can direct me to it. In terms of the term limit of the deputy administrator, so is it like once we appoint them, they're done and set, or should we consider an annual basis evaluation of the deputy
You're looking for
administrator?
the tenure.
I'm sorry?
The tenure, correct?
So I'm
David?
just trying to get, like, can we assess and evaluate? Maybe we, with all respect to our current, you know how much I respect you, Perla. That is not. But I'm just trying to think about, is there a certain accountability piece? I think because of giving the significance of this role, maybe the board may elect to another individual based on whatever expertise they bring on. So I just wanted to see if I don't see it in our bylaws, and if this is something that this committee would like to consider, an evaluation for the role that they are conducting, given the high level it is. So that is really,
Do you want to make an amendment to my motion? Because I'll accept one if you want.
So you can put that language in.
so how would you draft that amendment?
David?
Good question. David?
David, Hasib?
Manager Jones has.
I just want to make sure I understand your question. So are you saying that in the event that the deputy administrator succeeds in him or her position over the year, that we step in and do an evaluation separate and apart from the CEO? That's all I'm trying to find out.
So-
What is your trying to?
Yes, definitely they need to be up to date to the businesses of the organization, enterprise. That is a must. That is not negotiable in my opinion. But B also is like, we have appointed this deputy administrator. Wouldn't we, as the board, want to evaluate their work or to take it or to reconsideration? Do we want to appoint this on an annual basis, or do we want to align it with the terms of the
CEO.
not the CEO, but in terms of the chair appointment? So is it an open-ended, like once we appoint a deputy administrator, we're stuck with that deputy administrator? That's my question, and I see David says no, but I wanted to see if there is within the law or if we should consider something like that in terms of accountability to see their performances, or are they the suitable person for this role?
Can I
And-
speak?
And,
Okay, so my understanding
I'm sorry,
is-
Moran, were you finished?
Yes,
Okay.
My thought on this is, that the bylaws are silent as to any kind of term right now, but we always have the authority to reappoint. So we could do that. It just doesn't give us any timeline that we must consider it on a certain basis, but we could always do that. And I think, David, I had a question for you that I didn't get a chance to ask you yet. There's some kind of language in here about the CEO's term,
4 years?
4 years? That didn't make any sense to me.
It's in the statute.
Oh, it is in the
Maximum
statute?
contract you can do with the CEO
Oh, it's
or
the contract.
physician, or physician.
So that just means that you have to re-up the contract? Okay, never mind. Okay, so Maram, I think that we could do that. I don't know whether we want to put that in here or not, so.
Again, I'm just bringing this up to the attention of this committee, given that we appoint the deputy administrator and they have certain responsibilities. Do we want,
Here.
okay,
Thank you. Anyway, no, historically, with respect to Bedla's appointment, that recommendation was made by Mike Giesland.
no, I think,
He made the recommendation to us as a board for the deputy administrator position for us to consider Bedla Cavazos. I think I was seated in the meeting when he made that recommendation.
He's the one that recommended her for
Yes.
that role.
Mike Giesland, yes.
so Chair, I don't want it to really be tied to a
To
specific
anybody.
individual. This
No,
is
I
the
know.
role itself, so that's really the comment that I have, is do we want to have a term limit,
I can
or
see what
just
you're
we want to keep it? Because
saying.
I believe the moment we would want to remove them from that appointment, it could be, it could be an unpleasant situation. I'm just trying to understand. That's probably the reason why we would take that item upon us.
So procedurally, what we're doing now is I've got a motion on the table for these changes that we're going through right now. If you want to make an amendment, then I'm happy
Suggestion.
to accept an amendment. If not, then let's keep going.
Well, I'd like to discuss it further. I'd
Okay.
like to make a
Elisa?
comment about that, if I may.
Okay.
Okay. With all due respect to my colleagues, I just want to caution us as we move down this path that we're not doing two things. We're not getting into micromanagement.
Right.
And that we're not tying whoever is the CEO and/or the deputy administrator unnecessarily that they cannot do their job. We
That's
all
right.
know that we're here as volunteers, and we cannot have a meeting every week because this new crisis came up and they're not enabled to make decisions or to sign contracts that are pending and are coming due.
Or we're not able to act because we have not been provided any documentation or even know what was
Well,
going on. So
I understand.
And I understand what you're
I
saying also.
understand that point, ma'am, but I really want to caution us about that.
That's right.
Having been an executive director at a state agency, two state agencies, and having ran local nonprofits here, being the ED and CEO for those, I can tell you that from experience, there were incidences that had I been tied to contracts in a certain manner or to signing for, anyway, signing particular documents that would commit us as an organization to X number of dollars, if I had not had that freedom, I may not have been able to score the deals that I did. So I just want to caution us about that.
Yeah, and I have a question for you. Do you think this language does that?
And if so, where?
Yeah, and if so, how would you change it?
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. I feel like the path that we're on is moving in that direction.
I'm asking about this particular language because I agree with you. I've been an executive director also, and I would say the same thing you just said.
That's right.
So my intent with this language is not to do that, but if you think it is, then we need to talk about the specific language on page 17. Because I agree with you.
I can tell you that from what the most current information that Moran put forth, that to me sounded like we were
Okay.
moving in that direction.
Are we talking
So
about
that
the,
amendment, you would,
Yes.
yes.
the
Yeah,
deputy
from that
administrator?
particular path.
The amendment that she was proposing to evaluate on a regular basis.
Yeah,
Okay.
again, I just want us to be really cautious about that.
So maybe
And-
we
and-
don't
and-
take that up.
As I say that, because let's face it, we're running, our CEO, our staff, and ourselves, we're running a multi-million-dollar organization.
That's right.
Okay, so
Billion,
can I,
yes.
I'm not gonna go forward with that amendment that was suggested. If you wanna make it separately, you can, but I'm not gonna include it in this motion.
Well, I didn't make an amendment.
Okay, you didn't,
It,
okay.
I did not. I was
Okay.
just say,
Bringing it for consideration.
yes, that's it. I did
Okay,
not
so let's
propose
move
any
on.
amendments.
Shannon?
Thank you. I concur with my colleague here, is that we are a board, and the question is, do we want to run the agency, or do we want to hire people to do that? And I think that when we start getting into the micromanaging of what he or she or they are responsible for, then we're doing that. Now, I have no problems with putting controls over them to be able to do things, but that's what I said earlier a while ago when we start talking about the appointment of the CEO and the others, is that we need to look at policy and not administration.
So I think we all agree with that. That's why I just asked Elisa if there was a problem with this language, and she said no. Do you have a problem with this language? Because I agree with you, and there's no intent to get into operations with this language.
And one of the things that we are going to be
It
responsible
literally
for.
says operations in it.
Yeah, but one of the things.
Well, I need some clarity from you guys.
So one of the things that.
I'm happy to, forgive me, Chair.
Okay,
Forgive
let
me,
me,
Shannon.
maybe I should have explained this a little bit better or laid it out. What we're going to do is we're going to address the issues of the bylaws first, and then we're going to spend the next year. Every one of you guys is going to have the opportunity, or should have already been sent electronically, the 700+ policies for central health, for you to look at with an index so that you can look at what you really want to hone in on. And we're going to address the policies of central health during this upcoming year, because they haven't really been updated by our board in years. And one of the concerns that I want to make sure that we all have is the ability to know what our policies say. And if there are any things that we're concerned about, then we can have the ability to change them, amend them, modify them, work on how we can better operate central health. That's all. But that's going to be, we're dealing with the bylaws first, and we're dealing with the policies separately.
Yeah, so,
And one of them is also going to be separating out what is policy and what's standard operating procedure. Okay? Those two things are also things that we're going to be addressing as a board.
So, if I may,
Yes, Maram?
For 9.2, I just, like, what is then the essence of that amendment? I'm just trying to understand.
Are you talking about this amendment?
Yes.
Okay, let me explain what I was suggesting, okay?
Okay.
And again, I am not suggesting that we get into operations. That is not our job. We're all in agreement on that,
Just
okay?
gonna separate them out.
What this is, the only reason
give
for
Dr.
me
Lee.
suggesting this is because it is our role under the statute with regard to appointment of a deputy administrator. Because it's our role as that person fills in if something happens to our CEO. So this is simply saying that it's important for that person to be prepared to step in if they have to. That's the only intent of this language.
And it's specific to if the CEO is incapacitated
Yeah.
for a period of more than 72 hours.
Yeah, it says.
That's the whole
The only time it
precursor.
kicks in.
That's the precedent.
Chair, that's not my question.
I'm sorry,
oh,
I was still talking to
I'm
Maram.
sorry.
Okay. Maram, are you?
So I'm just trying to get, sorry, like clarity. So shall involve the deputy administrator in all district operational. So
All district necessary to prepare. The
It's like
language
training
is, and the president and CEO decides that. It says the president and CEO shall involve the deputy administrator in all district operational and other matters necessary to prepare the administrator to take on their functions. The CEO decides what those are.
Then if I were to offer an amendment, I would just codify in there that the CEO decides what those are.
yeah, I think that answers.
What language exactly?
We could put a parenthetical right after the word necessary.
As
and-
determined by the CEO?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dr. Leo.
Is that a friendly amendment that you want to make? To my motion?
that's what I'm suggesting
Your
to
deputy
that
administrator is gonna
particular
be
clause,
trained
yeah.
up.
thank you.
Okay, I accept that amendment.
Yes.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. I think the purpose of the discussion to ensure that there's a succession plan in place is absolutely essential.
That's right.
And to Manager May's point, we are a $1.3 billion
That's right.
health system, health plan, and growing. So it is critical. To Dr. Misaiti's point around ensuring that the board is clear on the roles and responsibilities, the qualifications, and of an evolving role as we have changed. That's also critical. Some of the thinking that we have had around this is that there may be a job description, that begins to spell some of that out.
That'd be good.
That's great.
That's probably more at the level of a job description than a bylaws amendment, per se. And depending on the scope of what the board envisions, a selection process, vis-a-vis that job description. This, of course, is the board's prerogative to decide how deeply the board wishes to go. My understanding of the statute, and David, please correct me if I'm wrong, is there must be a official who can sign, key documents following board direction in the interim between permanent CEOs. So that is the essential function. It can be much more than that, of course, depending on the board's preference. And then when I think about communicating to staff the responsibilities, it would be important for me to have clarity on what the roles and responsibilities are. Am I communicating this is the deputy CEO who represents Central Health today in matters when I'm not there? Am I communicating that in the event that I'm incapacitated, this is the person who signs
Yeah.
contracts and documents while the board recruits the next CEO? So I would just want to make sure that I had that level of clarity,
Can I speak to that?
which a job description could achieve. And then also even understanding, well, what is necessary then, and what depends on what the job is. And
the
so,
deputy administrator.
right, and so just the level of clarity needed to do my duty correctly under here is, I'm not sure that I can see the clarity yet in the language.
Okay.
Well, you would be responsible for, I guess, determining what that training would be or education would be that you would provide to the deputy administrator.
Can I suggest something?
Ann?
So, one thing that's been proposed Dr. Lee, is after and other matters necessary as determined by the CEO. So that says that, involving the deputy administrator in district operational and other matters necessary to prepare, that clarifies that the CEO determines what those matters are. And then to your last question, and shall communicate the deputy administrator's responsibilities to the district staff. The responsibility, the intent of this language is just to reflect the responsibility that's here in 9.2. So that was the intent of the language, and that responsibility is, if the president CEO is incapacitated or blah, 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 that this is the person shall perform any and all duties of the president and CEO necessary for the operation of the district. So that's what you would communicate, unless you chose to communicate more than that.
Okay.
I mean, that's really all this is.
Any or all duties of the president and CEO is quite broad. So is the intent of the board then that this is the deputy CEO for our $1.3 billion health system?
No, the intent of the board is what this says is that this is the person who steps in. Okay?
During the interim,
During the
until,
interim.
until we, as we go through the process of hiring a replacement, should something happen to you.
Yeah, that's
all we're saying.
That's all this says. Now, whether that turns out to be the same person as the deputy CEO, well, you can recommend to us what you'd like there, but this is all that's encompassed at this point in time.
Because if I may pick up on something I think I heard Manager Madwani saying earlier, in the current state, if I'm on vacation in Merida, Mexico, for example, we know that right now we divide up our work between internal healthcare delivery operations, typically John Morgan or Alan Shalsha has the lead for that, and external affairs, and typically Perla Cavazos or Ted Burton has the lead on that. And of course, others can back them up, and that's how my away message reads for those who've seen some of that. In the current state, our internal consensus has been that no one individual actually has the necessary context to span the full range of responsibilities that I hold when I am here. And so we haven't been able to identify a single individual currently so we do it as a team. And I guess my request for clarity is the board directing that we shall not do that in the future, or do we have the flexibility to create the coverage?
This doesn't apply to that. This says if you're incapacitated, okay, which is not the situation you're describing, okay? Do you want to speak?
I do, because we've been going around and around and around.
Yeah.
So, if the CEO is incapacitated or dies, we need someone within 5 minutes to take that job.
That's right.
That person, whom hopefully the CEO has told all the important stuff to, knows that they do things by the team. You don't have to be explicit. You just say, this person, and you need to make sure that person knows how things run. That's it. That's all this is saying. So there isn't any need to, I think if we go deeper, we're
Dissect it.
micromanaging.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
don't need to
we don't
dissect
want
it.
We just want to say,
Don't get scared. Don't get scared.
right, if something happens to the CEO, then the deputy administrator would, within 1 minute, 5 minutes, however long, take over that responsibility.
Well, what?
Maybe we should move along.
Yes.
Maybe we should, because this is.
Let's move
Are
along.
the certain managers able to say things and others
Go ahead.
not?
Well,
Okay,
you
thank
you have something else to say?
I just want to say to what Manager Brunson says, we spent the whole last hour talking about that issue, and this, all we're talking about is incapacitated.
That's right. That's right. But
So-
we're not the ones that brought that, the board members had the questions, and all I wanted to make sure is that they were heard.
Right,
Okay,
but
that's it.
the CEO should have the ability to appoint that.
That's,
No,
That's
we
not-
appoint, that's our
David, do you need to have a
responsibility.
conversation with him?
It's our responsibility.
Under the statute, we've already been down that road.
You know what it is? We hire the CEO, so we hire the substitute CEO.
The deputy.
That's how it should be.
Right. and
Okay, so that's the,
That's in the law.
that's it. That's all we're saying.
Amit, is it pertaining to this or something new?
It pertains to this, and it's not an offer of an amendment. I just want to clarify with you, Chair. Do you want us to do the discussion after the motion has been seconded? Or do you want us to do the
already-
discussion?
it's already
Oh, it's been
seconded.
seconded? Okay,
Yes.
brilliant. Thanks, sorry.
So this is, we're in discussion.
We're in discussion, okay. So, you know, I might, and I can see that there's a visceral reaction I can see that there's a visceral reaction to.
By some people?
Well, yeah, perhaps to some things that maybe just go too far one way or another. In this case, you know, I might propose that we visualize what it looks like. Well, first of all, the language says that the board can appoint any district employee
That's right.
as a deputy administrator. So that's not going to be their job, right? Deputy administrator.
It is there, it
It's
is
gonna be
there.
their
Excuse me. If I could
Go ahead,
finish.
go
Yeah.
ahead,
Thanks.
please.
Yep. Thank you. That's not their job. If it could be any employee, right, that means that they are ready to step in as deputy administrator. So meaning it's a role. Their job can be something else, but you carry the role of deputy administrator.
right.
You carry the board-appointed role of deputy administrator.
Yes,
And
yes, and
it's-
that is, if you
Wait,
look
wait,
it up,
Let's,
or
let,
whoever
are
the
you through
employee is.
with your point?
no, but I mean,
No, go ahead.
I
That
do
is-
want to hear Dr. Brinson.
Finish
I'm
the point, because
Okay.
after this, we're gonna move on.
It can't be any employee. It's an employee that is appointed by the board, just like we hired a CEO. If we're gonna hire a substitute CEO, we want us to appoint them because we appointed him.
Oh, I understand.
Yes,
But this,
and
but
it is their role.
I understand your point.
And they do have that
get your point.
title. They do
I
have the title.
I don't know what we're disagreeing about, Vice Chair.
No, I
I
think we're
don't
on the
either.
same page.
Okay, so
I think we're on
I
the
just
same page.
so I don't so what I said something and I think you were I don't know if you were disputing it or
Well, you said that we could hire any.
no, not hire. See, the thing is,
We could make any employee, but
but that's literally what it says, right?
yes, but
Okay.
once we choose that employee, and I can, and of course, we might ask the CEO their advice on who they'd want to work that closely with. Or they might have a suggestion, and I would hope that we don't have to put that kind of thing in detailed writing in this bylaw, but we will if we have to, because I feel we would take advice. We wouldn't just say, I like Susie down the hall, so let's have her be the deputy.
No.
Well, exactly. And so I
That's
wasn't
right.
saying that either, right? And like, so what my point is that somebody has a job.
Yes.
And then they carry the role of deputy administrator. Like right now, nobody really necessarily has the capacity to be the full-on CEO, but certainly could be a deputy administrator, right?
Yes,
And they would
yes.
still do their day-to-day job as
Right,
it exists
and
now,
what we-
right?
Yes.
So with my point, and
Yes.
thank you, Chair, is that I envision a world where, there's a heavily micromanaging end and there's a very like kind of just loosey-goosey end. And I envision maybe something in the middle where we have the right to appoint a deputy, and we also have the right to.
Bless you.
We also have the right to say that the CEO can appoint a deputy and the board approves it. And so that way, because the questions that Manager Musaida brought up, like, wait, how often is this reevaluated? When do we revisit this or not? Those things are common questions. And I think that enables us to just, kind of ensure that there's a working relationship and also a natural inclination to be
Right.
involved in all
I
those
mean,
matters. Thank
I
you.
appreciate, I think maybe you might have missed the fact that I said the reason Bela's holding that position right now is because she was recommended for that role to us by Mike Giesland. Okay, so that was the CEO who made the recommendation to us. We acted on his recommendation and put her in that position.
Can I say something
And
else
so,
here?
go ahead. I didn't know if you said, you
Yeah,
heard
I
me
would
say
like to
that.
also say that the CEO, under this statute, it's the board's responsibility to appoint a deputy administrator. It is not the CEO's responsibility to appoint a deputy administrator. It is, as Dr. Brinson said, it is our responsibility under law to hire the CEO, and it's our responsibility to hire a substitute CEO that will fill in. It is
Right.
never the CEO's
It
responsibility.
says appoint, not hire. I just want to be clear. So
Uh,
unless we're
appoint.
hiring 3 employees, right?
Yes, appoint,
Okay, appoint.
appoint.
Okay.
But what
Thank
we're
you.
also doing in this language,
we move on?
as amended, I think, Amit, is asking Dr. Lee. He will know how best to work with the deputy administrator and make sure that that deputy administrator is competent to be able to fill in should he become incapacitated. And we're not gonna tell him what to do, we're gonna tell him that he has the ability to train her or whomever is in that role, and that's it, because he's a CEO. He would know what is best, what those responsibilities are, you know?
Yeah, I guess it's just a capacity, an issue, knowing, how can we be sure that someone has a capacity? And I think, clearly we have differences of opinion on this. I hate to think that I'm frustrating anybody, though.
No, I don't think you are.
Yeah,
I think
thank
that
you.
we're wanting the same thing. We're going to be doing the same thing. We're just gonna say that is a responsibility that the board has, but Dr. Lee, as CEO, has the responsibility to make sure that that deputy administrator is prepared and has the capacity to be able to run temporarily Central Health until we hire a replacement. That's all we're saying.
So may I move on to the next?
One last from Shannon, and then we're moving on.
I'm just asking,
Yes, sir.
if indeed that CEO, we have appointed a deputy that the CEO is not comfortable with, or not happy with, or doesn't want, or doesn't feel have the capacity, what happens then?
Can I
ahead,
speak to
Ann.
that? The board has a responsibility to appoint. As you mentioned earlier, the board, we as a board work together, and we will be prudent about that. So what you're asking is, it's the vote of the board that controls. The CEO could come tell us that they're not happy with that person, but we can take that into account, but it's our responsibility to make that vote and make that judgment call.
I get that, so basically we have the ability to tell, take it or leave it.
We do, we have the ability, that's
Okay,
our
okay,
job,
that's
that's our
all.
job. That's our job. With
We're not gonna
everything.
say that that's
We're not
gonna
gonna
happen.
do that.
Because what we're gonna do is work collaboratively with Dr. Lee as our
Yeah.
partner.
Yeah,
And that's what I expect as a board member, okay? That's it.
Chair, I'd like to move on if we could, because
At
it's
least is it something
4:25.
Well, just a
Is
point
it
of
something
clar-
new or not?
Is it new?
It is, it's related to his comment and what Madam Chair Kitchen said. Here's the other option that this board has ultimately. If for whatever reason, we felt that our deputy administrator was not prepared or was not able to take the job or himself, we as a board also have the option that we can hire an interim CEO while we would be looking for another CEO, the permanent CEO. We have that option. So in other words, we do have options if for some reason, we don't have the
You're
appropriate
exactly
person.
right.
I just wanted to put that out.
We always have that option, Elisa, and as a board, each and every one of us would hopefully take that into consideration for the betterment of Central Health. Okay?
Okay.
Maram, last one or not? Okay, we're moving.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last change in the motion in front of you all is on page 18. And it is item number 13.1. And the suggestion here, this was part of the suggestions that I sent out and we talked about at our last committee, at the last committee meeting, related to clarifying the authority of the board. So, David put together this, and I like the way he did it, because it just makes it clear. It says, specific provisions of these bylaws may be overridden on a case-by-case basis by board vote if all board members have been given at least 3 days prior notice of the proposed override vote proposal, and the vote to override receives either a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting, or a majority of the entire board, whichever is less. The reason I brought this one forward is just to clarify the authority of the board. The board has this is what the board is voting on to move forward with, is how we operate. We always have the authority to change that under state law, and that's what this is saying, and it's just saying under what circumstances we could do that.
It's outlining the process for us to make amendments or modifying the bylaws.
That's
it.
right.
And this is under state law?
under state law, we have the authority, our authority, as we said before, under state law,
Well, it's
is
a
to
281.
manage, control, and administer the hospital or hospital system of the district, which means that we set these bylaws and we vote on them, and so we can always change them. And this is just setting the process for when we might want to, if we wanted to change them. And yes, the bylaws, to answer your question, the bylaw, it's the board that votes on the bylaws. That's one of our responsibilities.
Okay, so in order to have, let's just say there's a board member that wants to make a change to the bylaws.
Right.
We have to have that posted. It has to be a
We have to
posted
have
item
notice,
on the agenda.
and then it has to be
Has to have
before
at
this
least 3
board
days
can vote
notice.
and talk about it,
Yeah,
right? So we have to have at least whatever the
3 days.
requirements are for posting.
3
7 days?
business days.
Three
Well, you
business
can't,
days.
you can't vote without posting.
And having appropriate notice.
Right.
Okay, is this necessary?
I
Well,
believe
yeah.
so. The reason I believe so is because there have been questions raised about what our authority is under these bylaws. And this just makes it clear that we have the authority to change the bylaws anytime we want, provided that we follow the appropriate process, which is, this notice and having the majority of the board.
Okay.
Having it as an
The
agenda
concern
item.
that I have over this, the concern I have is, I think that if we're not cautious again, we could get into this thing where every 3 months we're changing bylaws.
We haven't been doing that
You
in
know-
all this time.
That's like, let me just respond if I could. We have to trust each other as board members to work together and to act responsibly. And I'm not gonna try to change them every 3 months. I don't expect other people to try to change it every 3 months. I think we're gonna act responsibly. So this is just saying if we get into a circumstance where we think we need to do that, then we could do this right now without clarifying it. By clarifying it, it makes it clear to everybody that yes, we can do it. It's just stating what we could do right now.
In the alternative, Elisa, we've had our bylaws, we've had our practices changed without any change to the bylaws. And that was done without notice to the board getting involved in a discussion or action being taken. And what we want to make sure is that we actually have a process outlined so that we will be in compliance with it and not, chair is not going to change it and we don't have anything to say about it. I choose to ignore you
Yeah,
if
the
you
other
bring up
thing
the
is
concern.
it
That's
puts
all.
some, it puts some protections in place because it's got a timeline in it and it makes it clear what the, it's got parameters around it and it makes it clear that we all understand that if someone was to bring that forward, they can't just bring it forward and there's no notice and it's just on an agenda and that's the purpose.
Well, and that the entire board knows about it and they're
Yeah.
acting on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want us to get into a place where we become abusive about it. Not to
No,
say that
the
we would,
abuse is
we would
when we're
trust,
not
but you
brought to the
never
board.
know. You just never know.
I get that and I agree with that, but
We're trying to be transparent.
I think transparency and I trust our board members not to be abusive. And if they are, then we'll tell them. Or if they are, then we won't vote for it. I mean, every single member of this board has a vote, okay? So if people think that something is not appropriate, then they just vote against it. So.
Thank you, Ann. Amit?
Thank you. Again, I'm hesitant to change bylaws, period. I think there are framers' intent kind of concerns. And so I really want to see.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Framers' intent concerns and to y'all's point, these aren't frivolous things that we just want to be changing all the time,
That's
right?
right.
And
That's exactly
so
right.
that's why I have concerns about some of the other ones. Even if they're nuanced, I want to really get a sense of what the net benefit is. And here, I don't know. So first of all, we agree that the current process, it's not easy to change the bylaws. And that's by design. We don't want to be changing them all the time. So
No.
what
We're saying is that the bylaws have actually been changed without following any process.
okay. Is that what, okay, and is that what this is for? This is the,
This is outlining a process that will make sure that the entire board gets an opportunity to have a discussion, take action on proposed changes to the bylaws.
right.
And make sure that that's happened and it's not done helter-skelter, we have a person who is in charge as a chair and decides that things change, and that's it, because it's not going to be brought to the board for an action, a discussion and an action. That's all.
Yes, and I think
That's
so.
all.
So yeah, I agree. But then can I just clarify a few things? Maybe
Yeah.
you can help me understand. If all board members have been given at least 3 days prior notice, so posting it on agenda is effectively counts as that, right?
Yes.
So-
No, you
no,
have
it
to
doesn't
have the
count as that?
language.
So, yeah, okay,
You have
help
to
me
have
with
the
that.
language in your hands to read.
Oh, say, what do you mean in my hand? I mean, because we're talking about something serious. So
Because
like,
there, let me tell you what
Yeah.
it means. It means that I won't be coming to a meeting and somebody's going to pass something out to me that I just saw and didn't even have 5 minutes to read it. And I'm
Okay.
expected to take action upon it. This is going to eliminate that.
So
You
that-
have to have any proposed change in your hands to read at least 3 days before the meeting occurs.
So if it's sent to me by email, does that count as in my hands or not? That's what I want to make. I want to get clarity on the
Historically,
language.
that is how we have been receiving our information. You receive it by email. I ultimately get it by email when I happen to see it. Otherwise, I come and get a copy of it.
So I would like clarity on what that is, I guess is what I'm saying. So to your point, I think, Chair, what do we mean by that? Like, because somebody could misinterpret that as saying, oh, it was in the agenda, and in the future, I don't want that to happen.
Okay,
and
well,
so
as
if we
a
can get
normal
clarity.
course of business, the way you and each and every board member has been receiving their packages to apprise themselves, read it or not read it, apprise themselves of what is on the agenda, and to come to a meeting prepared to discuss and take action. That is what it means. If your way, and I think that all of us had a discussion about this, well, maybe before you were on the board, said they chose that Central Health would provide the notices to the agenda via email. My concern has historically been that doesn't necessarily include backup documents. Okay, just because I get a notice or an agenda doesn't mean I'm going to know what that is all about. So what I'm hoping to do is make sure that you understand that when it comes to bylaws and policies, that you understand that you're going to get it in your packet 3 days before we take action, so that you will have at least an opportunity to read it and internalize it, and not be coming here to the meeting and getting a handout 2 minutes before we vote.
Okay,
Okay.
that's helpful to me. So that
So
the
that's
board
what
member, what we mean is that I'll get it in my backup packet.
That's exactly right.
Within
That's
the time
exactly
frame.
right.
Okay.
That's what the notice requirement, I think, is stating.
That's helpful. Thank you. And then the second thing is around the 2/3 majority of the members present and voting.
Right.
Or majority of the entire board, whichever is less. Can you explain that?
Well, that's, what happens if there are 5 people here? So a majority, a super majority of the 5 people, if it's less than the full board, is what, 4 people?
Does it say supermajority
David?
or it
Yeah.
says a majority of the entire board?
It says 2/3.
A 2/3 majority
Does
Of
this
those
go
pre-
back to
Of the
the
people
other?
present, right?
of those present, or if the entire board is here, it's just gonna be a majority. As we normally take
Could-
action on items.
Could I speak to that part?
Yes, please, Ann.
So David, if you don't mind, this proposed language about the voting part came from David, and I think, David, you had pulled it from Robert's rules, is that
Correct.
right? Yeah.
It's Robert's
And
Rules of Order.
just
wanna
to,
explain
just to
that?
point out, there's a very good argument that you already have the authority to do this exactly the way it should,
Right.
because it's in here.
Yeah.
It's in a combination of 3 different sections. It takes about 2 hours to figure it out, but it's in there.
Thank you,
And
David.
it says it shouldn't be done lightly or often, so it
That's
played
right.
that point. And the 2/3 majority is so that you don't, they analogize it to a motion that's a motion to amend something previously adopted, which when you think about it, makes sense.
Yeah.
You already adopted the bylaws, right?
Yeah.
So you're going back and saying, wait, we want to, for one case, for this instance, we want to unadopt that.
On a case by case.
And that's what the case-by-case basis is. So,
Right.
like I say, I wrote this as nearly as I could to boil down the many pages of this that I read. And
we
just
appreciate that.
crystallize it into, it needs a supermajority. Now, I do realize Roberts is written more for large bodies than for small bodies like this. It often qualifies things and says, in a small body, you can just ignore this. For example, the chair making motions. Chair's not supposed to make a motion
But in a
if
small
you're
body, you can.
the Friars Club and there's 250 members. But it expressly tells you, ignore that if you've got a small body. They don't ever say what a small body is. But this is a small body. The thing about this 2/3 majority or majority of the board, the numbers break down on 2/3 majority on a small board like this pretty quickly, because 0.666667 times, pick a number, 5. Okay, 3 point, oh, right, so 4. So if you've got 5 there and they all 5 vote for it, it passes, obviously, because it's 2/3 and if you've got 8 or 9 there, it's 5 either way. So that's the thing. At some point, it does fail, and it doesn't follow the normal rules of voting, but that's kind of the point.
It's Robert's
right,
rules.
which I guess is my point, which is that if there are only 5 members in attendance voting on overriding bylaws, I would feel better if there were a check against that, so that 3 members alone couldn't change the
4.
bylaws. Well, if there are 5, then you would need how many?
2/3.
3,
Three.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Three.
So, you know,
Hence the need for
So
our
that's
board
my
members to
concern.
get appointed to this board to show up to meetings.
well, agreed,
Unless emergency.
but that
Unless
doesn't solve for the problem. But yeah, you're right.
If there are
that
5
is-
there, it's 4.
Okay, so that would be
3.33333, so that's
That's 4.
more than 3.
so. What we're saying is 2/3 of
2/3, and it's
It's
not
4.
2/3 of the members present and voting. That's critical. That's the normal rule for voting, is the members present. If somebody abstains, they're a no, basically.
That's right.
So this
okay.
is a very high threshold in
So
any reality.
to change any of the bylaws, like you said in Robert's rule, may I ask David a question, Chair?
Yeah. Oh, please.
Like you said in Robert's rules, does that mean that without this clause, right? Is the general assumption that it requires a 2/3 vote of those present, or is it the 2/3 vote of all of the entire board composition?
It says basically exactly this. It's a much
Okay,
longer
of
sentence, but
those
it says basically
present.
that either a majority of the entire body or 2/3 of those present. So,
Okay.
Whichever is less.
and 2/3 of those present, again, typically, so in this setting right here, if the members of this committee, which are 4, were to take a vote and all 2 of them abstained and the other 2 members split yes and no, it doesn't pass. If the other 2 members vote yes, even though it's only 2 members of a 4-member committee and the other 2 people abstain, it passes with 2 votes. That's the members present voting. That's standard voting rules, is the members present voting count for a
But-
majority.
But David, let
But
me ask
that's
you.
not this.
Let me ask you one thing to clarify. You couldn't have a meeting that you had this at unless you had 5 people present, because you wouldn't have a quorum for a posted meeting.
Correct.
So that's the lower end of it. So you'd have to have at least 2/3 of 5 people present, or, which would be 4 people. So you'd have to have at least 4 if you only had 5 people present, or if you had more, or a majority of the entire board which is 5. So the most so this is only telling you either 4 or 5 people.
But it's
can
in
pass it.
compliance with Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, in
And
compliance
it
with
doesn't
Robert's
include
rules.
people on Zoom.
Yes, of course it does. People on Zoom can vote. They just can't, they don't make a quorum, but they can, well, they are counted.
No,
towards
they
it.
are counted.
Not to
So long
quorum.
as you can see them.
In person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this
So if they're
doesn't say
Zoom,
in
it won't
person.
count.
This doesn't say in person.
No.
All right.
No, but that's what it means.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's all right.
Okay, here's
So it's either
my,
4 or 5 people to answer your question on that.
Okay.
if we've exhausted that component of the 4 or 5, it's still related to this. Here is,
Another one of your concerns.
yeah, it's a concern. Okay, we have appointed a bylaws committee ad hoc, which is what this is. And based on this committee, we've been able to come in and kind of work through some of these bylaw changes that we want, and we've kind of marinated on it and think about it and da-da-da-da. And we are at this point. I understand that. And I like that part of our process. However, and while we can do it legally, it concerns me that if we, all of a sudden, we're dealing with bylaw changes left and right, coming every 3 months, 4 months, or
We would
whatever.
not be.
However, hold on, let me finish.
Okay,
Because that's, we don't think this body will, but the future bodies, we don't know what they're gonna look like.
yeah, that's for
You know,
sure.
so where I'm going with, or where I'm going on all this is this. This process that we've had, I think has been an excellent process. And I think that we should maintain it and continue it in order to be doing any changes moving forward in the future. I could see one needing, because it's an emergency type of situation, and they felt that they needed to implore this, what is in Robert Rules of Order. However, I would like to ensure for the good standing practices of this body and anybody in the future, that these changes would be going through a process as in a bylaws committee. So let me just put that out there. I don't know that it's a requirement, but this makes me really uncomfortable.
Well, this is exactly the way we have always operated. This is the way we operate. We have a bylaws, existing policy and bylaws committee. And you all should have received a copy of all our policies, a copy of our bylaws, and with the instructions that you are to look at them, read them, and bring to us or send us in an email or come to the meeting and tell us if there's anything that you would like to propose or see a problem with. So at every day, every board member has had the opportunity to do that. Since this committee was created to address the bylaws and policy changes that we are proposing right now.
Again,
I
this has
think
been
that's
good.
September
I'm just
2nd.
thinking for the future. As
No,
it's-
and that is how we operate.
David has.
Yes, David.
It's in section 13.0. That's
Thank
the
you.
previous section.
For
It-
those
it
that have read the
enshrines this
bylaws.
process. That's what the existing language is this process every 2 years, very long deliberation, very long lead time. 13.1 is just for case-by-case changes, an individual change for an individual event.
Yeah.
Not
That's right.
for, this is not amending bylaws at all. The previous section is amending the bylaws.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Because we're gonna move forward.
Yeah, yes,
Oh,
could I speak to that?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ann, and then Maram.
Yeah, I'd like, David, thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of the case-by-case basis. It's not, did I hear you right? It's not amending the bylaws. It's saying with this particular instance, we choose as a board to take this particular action, okay? And that's what it's saying. So for example, if we are, if we say that generally speaking, we are delegating certain activities, I'm gonna pick on one that we would never do, Pat, so don't get concerned. But number G.
cover your
So
ears.
G says that our president and CEO makes budget transfers between line items within the same program budget. If we ever wanted to do an exception to that, and don't get concerned, I'm not suggesting it, but if we ever wanted to make a change to that, we wouldn't be changing the bylaws. We would just, that's a case-by-case basis where we would be saying, in this particular instance, we, as a board, are making the decision as a board to make that change, right? Am I reading that right?
So it would be waiving.
That
So
is
it's not
what this is.
changing your bylaw.
No,
Right.
It's
no.
just for a particular.
It's just a waive, we're waiving the bylaws for this particular action to occur because the situation has arisen.
Yeah.
And once whatever the situation that has come up and it goes away a year later, we're back to the way it used to function.
Well, we're not even away from the way we're used to. We're taking a vote on a particular instance, so our vote would have to say, in this instance,
In this
this
case.
is what we are going to do. And so it wouldn't say we are changing section whatever of the bylaws, because that's not what we're doing. Does that make sense? You see what
We're
I'm saying?
revising, we're looking at
So-
the bylaws just like we're gonna be looking at all the policies.
We're directing a particular action, is basically what we're doing.
That's why we had
And
the-
what it is saying is that the board has the authority to direct a particular action, which in some case-by-case situations could be considered to fall under some section here. And what we're saying is that in this particular case, we're gonna do X.
Can
That's all it's doing.
Maram?
So two things. So right now, any board member can propose a change
Yes.
It's
So-
not a change to the bylaws.
to a section?
No, it's not a change to a section.
To an,
It's-
what line item? Is that
No, it's a particular situation. So let me give you let's give you an example
Yeah.
again. So that example says that our president and CEO makes budget transfers between line items within the same program budget, which is what we want him to do. But say something came up that we said, okay, with this particular instance, and David, you can help me if I'm not getting this right, but in this particular instance, we are directing that our president and CEO either do make it or don't make a budget transfer between these two items. So in other words, it's making it clear.
That's a
Now, we have
policy.
the authority to do this right now, but it's making it clear that in particular circumstances, we as a board can vote to do something. That's all it's doing.
I would go back and I know we can do this, but my concern is, I hope we don't get into where we're micromanaging these sorts of things.
I don't think
I agree.
I do not want to micromanage. I think that this board does not want to micromanage. I trust the members of our board not to micromanage. That's another, and we are taking steps to protect ourselves from that. That's what the table of board governance decisions is about that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet. It lists board level policy decisions that we have to make as a board. We're also doing things like distinguishing between policies and operational things. SOPs
Separating
are
them out.
Dr. Lee's purview, not ours. Policies are our purview. So we're going down the road to identify those. Right now, everything's a policy, which in the way these bylaws read right now, we have to approve everything. Well, that doesn't make sense because that's micromanaging. So we're going down the road to identify what things are operational. We're also going to do board training. So we have a lot of things stacked up to make sure that we are proceeding in a way that is doing our job, which frankly, we haven't completely done our job in the past.
Nope.
And as we transform, there's more things that we need. We owe it to Dr. Lee and his team to provide that kind of policy direction. And we haven't done it yet. We need to, there's a lot of things we need to do.
And personally, I'm glad and happy that there are actually board members here that are finally looking at these things and internalizing the possibilities, okay? And I think that's great, because we might have eliminated some possible errors that have happened in the past already under this board sitting here. So that's all we're saying, that we're just gonna try and do the best that we can to create a better central health and a better board.
So Chair, it's about 10 till 5. If you're ready, I would propose that we
Take action.
Can I-
not we,
Oh,
because
no.
I'm not on the committee. It's the committee that has to vote on
Right.
this. The committee has to vote on this, and then it comes to the full board. This will come to the full board on the 17th. Today's action is just the committee's action.
Correct. Maram.
Just one, on page 7, under 6.8, just in terms of elections and appointments, here it says, no board member may hold the same office for more than one term unless 2/3 of the board vote to suspend the term limits imposed by these bylaws. Would the committee would like to consider amending?
Can we vote on mine first?
To what?
Could I ask just a process question? We
Yes.
have a motion in front of us that needs a vote, and then you can make this other motion.
And
I'm not a member, I'm just wondering.
No,
Well,
no.
you can make a motion without being a member. Or you can ask them to consider it.
Yeah, it's just up for
And as a chair,
consideration.
no, that's right. And as a matter of fact, David, or Hasib, I thought that at some point in time, we had changed that to 2 years. Or we had considered that. One term is 2 years. That's right. Okay.
It's on 6.4.
Thank you. I knew that was somewhere. I knew that was there.
No, I'm just.
And we have waived that already. in the
Okay,
past.
I have no further discussion.
Okay, so now, does anybody else have anything to say? Last call? Shannon is gonna be back. As soon as he gets back, or, because he's a member of our committee, will Cynthia and someone else, please? We have a motion, we just need to,
You just didn't take the vote.
need to call for a vote. And the results of this vote will be made to the full board in the form of a recommendation. I'm waiting on Shannon.
Chair, is there,
Yeah, I mean-
this bylaws committee is the sort of the procedural one that happens at a 2-year cadence, and the reason I ask is because I think just the profundity of the discussion that we're having here today, clearly it's belated discussion, and we've needed
is.
we've needed to have it, and I think there's a lot of thought going into it, even just here in the discussion. Personally, and I know it doesn't track with everybody's opinions, but personally, the net benefit of most of these for me is I can see how some people will see benefit, but for me, I'm not necessarily seeing it. The urgency on these, though, I don't feel the urgency of like needing to get it done immediately, but I do think we need to get it done very quickly. To be clear, the one that stands out to me as super salient is the one about the closed session. I think that one, get that locked down.
Yeah.
But the other ones, I don't know if there's a way to set up another committee in January where we just kind of continue this and talk it out, because I think this discussion is super duper
We're gonna have the
important.
next year, we had already talked about it before, that we're going to look at all the policies and the bylaws and whatever, but we need to at least address some clarifications that were necessary in our bylaws before, actually, we were originally told that they wanted to have us take this vote in December originally, even in November. So we passed that deadline, and we're going to do this in December.
Yeah. Could I speak to this?
Yes, please.
So the bylaws say the board shall review every 2 years and shall submit to the board at least 7 working days prior to the meeting. And this is our annual meeting, December is our annual meeting. So this is the time that we have always done it in the past. And so to postpone.
Oh, I don't mean to postpone. I meant to just
Yeah.
continuation.
Oh,
but,
sure,
but,
yeah,
but,
continue.
but
There
I
will
feel
be a
I feel like maybe we need twice as much of this meeting time. Really, is the feeling that I'm
I
getting.
agree.
And that's all. But
I agree
but
with
I mean
you.
I understand. Yeah, what's stated.
continue.
You
We'll
know,
continue,
but
yeah. That's why, what I'm saying is I'm glad that some board members are seeing the need to look at the bylaws and understand whenever we have concerns that have been raised, at least by me, with respect to actions that might have been taken, that if we had followed it according to a process, we might have avoided some of the confusion, and that's the reason for this. And this is for the edification of our board members and for the edification of Central Health.
And my second comment would be that at the board meeting anyway, because I'm not in support of all of these, but I'm in support of clearly subset. Is there any way that this might be able to be unpacked in such a way that I might be able
Speak
to
to that, yes.
itemize my vote and just make sure it's clear that I do support?
Yes, when it comes to the board members always have the option to ask to vote things individually, so we can certainly do that when it gets to the board.
Yes, I'm looking at Maram, go ahead.
Sorry, I want to go back to 6.8.
Go ahead. We're waiting for Shannon, hurry up,
Yeah,
Shannon.
he's not. So, David, can you please explain to me, like, unless 2/3 of the board vote to suspend, so how many board members? Is that 6 members? So could you consider, or the majority board? What if we don't have 6 members present? So I'm chair. So could that be,
I'm sorry, if we only have 6 members present,
so what
We
if we
don't
don't?
have 6
So
members
could this
present.
be amended also, or the majority of board members?
6.8.
Page
It would
7.
be it'll be 2/3 of those present, or it's a majority of the
Doesn't
board. Is
say-
that what
This
it
is a
said?
different section
Oh, I'm
she's
sorry,
talking about.
6.8.
Yes, could you align that to be all, or the majority of board member as you had in the
Oh,
last?
Other one, yeah.
Oh, this is the one for the
Yeah, that's
holding the
what
same
aligned-
office.
Yes,
And
so
let's
that's really
2/3.
what my, amendment,
Okay, now
suggest.
tell me exactly what your language is.
or the majority of board members.
Yeah,
That's what I'm like,
Okay,
that's really it.
that's your suggestion. Put it in there, Ann.
okay, I accept it as an amendment.
Is Shannon coming back?
So,
Thank you, Hasib.
that feels a little sudden to me. I think it's in there for a reason, right? And so, do we want to talk about why it was in there, maybe, or?
Well, it was in there because that's the way the original board voted on these bylaws.
Yeah, which
So
I
we're
think
just
is inertially.
we're dealing with, we have been clarifying through the CEOs and over the past 20 years, and this is our role for right now. It was what we inherited, and I have asked you all to look at the bylaws. I have asked you all to
Sure,
continue
no,
to
no,
look
I
at the
understand, but
policies.
this is a change that wasn't talked about when we were looking at
This
them
is
right
the
until
first
now.
time I've seen
Yeah,
Maran here in a while,
which
so.
is my
And I
point.
appreciate her bringing it to the table, and I will accept anybody's suggestions, if you've got a suggestion to
Well, then
make.
my suggestion would be
I
that.
did, I asked,
Oh,
if
no,
there's a suggestion
did-
to make it.
No, I didn't feel like, I feel like you've been very open in asking for suggestions. So no, that's not my
Okay,
point. I think
thank you, thank you.
the change, I'm wondering what we're trying to achieve here.
And Maran, she's the one that posed this.
One, alignment with the previous motion that we had, amendment that we had here. And two, sometimes we don't have 6 board members present, so what if we wanted to appoint a member to hold the same office again, who's been previously in the same office? So I just wanna give us further flexibility to make that difficult decision.
Yeah, and I think my concern is that when we're changing things of the magnitude of bylaws, these kind of internal controls are there so that we don't have a small number of folks present who can effectively change the vote, change rather the bylaw framework
Well,
of the organization when there are less folks there. I mean, I think the intent is to ensure that you've got as much full board member
Participation.
feedback as possible, and I think that's by design. And so for us to curtail that, like, gives me pause at least, but if.
I have
if-
sat in
yeah.
here with when we barely had enough for a quorum, 5 people. I have sat and participated in votes when there was a 2-to-1 vote.
Yeah, for a bylaw, though, for a bylaws change, so
No,
that's
no,
my
for
point.
actual votes on the board.
Yeah, yeah.
And for very much, as far as I'm concerned, very
okay.
important items that,
Can I
so
just-
what I'm going to do now is we have a motion, we have
Well,
action.
I just didn't finish you were answering my
I'm
question,
sorry,
but
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
So,
Go ahead.
so
Denise.
that was what I was pointing out. So
Okay, that's fine.
if the point is to be in alignment with what we're putting, with what's in the language below, then I would just say it's redundant. What we could do is just say period after one term, and then that 13.1 provision
No.
kicks in, right?
No, because
Right?
you have to have, it won't work, because the 13.1 requires 3 days of posting, before, and that's not how the officer elections work. The
How do they
officer-
work? Yeah.
Well, the officer
Do you
elections
have a
work,
nomination committee?
as they're prescribed in these bylaws, there's a committee,
Mm-hmm.
it meets, it makes a recommendation, and then it goes to the full board.
When's the
There
committee?
aren't gonna be 3 days between, because of our schedule, there aren't gonna be 3 days between the committee meeting and the board vote. So that won't work for this. So I think the.
Oh, so we can't, so that's, I'm almost, that is exactly why I think then, because we won't have 3 days of knowledge then, will we?
I think the point here is that, because, and that's in alignment with, the board is the bylaws are very clear on how nominations work. This is this is something else.
Elections, yeah.
This is saying, it's really just about term limits. It's saying that no board member can hold the same office for more than 2 years unless most of the board wants them to, okay? So that's.
Oh, no, it says unless 2/3 of the board, not in most, sorry.
The
No, there's
suggestion
2/3.
is
Yeah.
to change it to where it could be 5. That is the proposal on the table.
Yeah, and what I was saying is that that's by design. It's 2/3 by design. There's a reason, to supersede a term limit. That's a big deal. A term limit is a fundamental element of democracy.
We have already waived that.
It's a fundamental element of
Actually,
democracy, and
as
we
a
have,
board.
right? And we did it
Yeah.
using this process. So the process works. So
Okay.
that, I don't think we need to change it.
Thank you.
I think starting to, we
Okay,
get flippant with term limits. That's something
I
we need to.
appreciate your
Thank you.
opinion, Amit. It's just every board member has the ability to submit something. Manager Maram Mustatif submitted something.
Oh,
Would you
I'm
like
not
for us
saying
to
she
see?
didn't. I'm
Okay.
sharing my discussion on it, which
Oh,
is that I
that's
think
fine.
it doesn't align.
Okay, you don't
with
agree
the
with
philosophy
her.
with the philosophy that was there.
I
or that's-
respect your opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Now
you.
let's move forward.
Okay,
Thank you.
and
Shannon, thank
I'll
you for
state,
coming back.
I'll state my opinion. My opinion is, I've long been a supporter of term limits. I think one term, I've never seen a term limit that short. I think a term limit of 2 years is not the kind of term limit I would ever put into a bylaws, because it is, I think it stifles the ability of a board to operate. If I was gonna put a term limit in, I would say 2 terms.
I think that's a great opinion, and I think
agree.
that there is exactly there's
like
a
our board.
mechanism. There's a mechanism to solve for that here. It would be
But-
one thing if it were
Change it.
you couldn't change it, but there's a mechanism that acknowledges that. So I think that we are making that we're clearly kind of bypassing the mechanism. But I just want to
No,
say
no,
that,
we're
and
not.
I don't think that's healthy for democracy
No, okay,
necessarily
no,
to
no,
do
no,
it
no,
like
no,
so
no.
quickly, and also kind of at the last minute.
Okay.
I think we may be pulling just at straws right now just
Okay.
to
Sure.
continue the conversation, but we're not going to continue the conversation
Okay.
today.
Okay.
Right now. I think what we need to do is move forward. Thank you, Shannon, for coming back. Let's take action on this as a committee, that the recommendation will be forwarded to to the full board, and voted on the 17th. Okay, so we have a motion put on the table. Do we have for the committee? Do we have a second?
Yeah, you already had a second.
Okay, Cynthia, Dr. Brinson, sorry. We have
No. I know that you're already taking a motion, and that means that we have to move on. But I want to say something about, we're talking about a motion on 6.8, right?
No,
No.
we're talking about
No,
this whole
Hold on,
motion.
hold on. Are we going to leave 6.8 as is then?
no.
I
Ann is the one that made the motion.
I
originally.
moved on all of this. Maram suggested the change to 6.8, okay? I accepted her change. It's in here now, unless, and as a process matter, the chair can decide to take a vote on the whole thing. If you're asking the chair to separate that out, you can separate it out.
I want to say something about 6.8.
Okay,
Thank you. With respect to the motion, the change, here's my feeling about that. We are so close to a new election, as you all know. Well, you may or may not know. I may as well say it. On December the 17th, the nominations committee will be meeting to take nominations from the next board. We're very close to that date in making this change. So from my perspective, I think that we ought to abide by this, because what currently reads, because many individuals have been working from that perspective. If we want to make a change, we can make a change for future, but I think it's too close to the December 17th nominations committee. That's my comment.
It's kind of bad luck.
So, Chair,
Okay.
if I may make a
Thank you.
recommendation, I mean.
yes, Ann.
You can choose to take the vote however you want to. I don't know if people are, I don't know if, if there's a request to vote on this separately or to include 6.8. I don't know what you're asking.
Are you
Elisa.
asking for that, to be separated out or not, Elisa? based on what you were saying.
Separate it out.
Okay.
Do you
So
have a problem
vote
with
on
that? We'll just, we'll vote on the rest of them,
Yeah,
and then we'll vote separately on 6.8.
okay.
Okay, so, committee members, all those in favor say aye.
This is for the changes.
Yeah.
For the entire document.
Right.
With the separation of
Yes.
6.8.
Yes,
But the changes that are in there.
And
that we have already
Yeah,
gone
yeah,
through.
that we talked through.
and the amendments that were made along the way.
Right.
Yeah. Except for 6.8.
Okay, all those against? Motion passes. Oh, any abstentions, I'm sorry. Thank you, Shannon. One abstention. And then, I guess, all those in favor of the motion that would make accommodate the change for 6.8? All those in favor, say aye. Or raise your hand. Okay, go ahead, discussion.
The only thing I want to say is that when I got on the board originally, I was the vice chair. And true, it wasn't a full 2 years, but I felt that I needed more time than 2 years to learn the job. Now, maybe that's just because the job, we came at a critical time when the job has really become
In flux. Yeah.
better, a bigger job, and so I feel that it does take a while to learn it.
Yeah.
And
That's why.
certainly, I'm not disputing that because I agree with you. This is a
Yeah.
big job, any of the roles that our officers play. And I'm not disputing that. What I'm suggesting or saying is that because we're so close to a new election coming up in the next couple of weeks, being the chair of that committee, the nominations committee, I would be running that committee, obviously. This would be a major change going into that committee. And I feel like it would be best from the perspective of the current board members that are in potential, that may have an interest in running or that are going to be considered, that we just stick to the bylaws as they are currently written so that it does not affect that in any way. I'm just trying to make sure that everything is, and not that we're not being transparent, but I want to make sure everything's transparent and that we're not changing anything right before an election that could be perceived nefarious or be perceived as why are we doing that? That's what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
not saying not to do this in the future. I just don't want to do it in the immediate future coming, with an election coming up.
Thank you. Ann?
I think that one reason this was brought up is because of quorum potential issues. If we don't have 6 people at the meeting on the 17th, we won't be able to act on it, potentially. So that's one issue that's raised by this. The other issue is there's, 2 weeks between now and the 17th for people to think about it. Plus, people have to vote on it on the 17th. So doing it right now is just bringing it forward to the full board so the full board can discuss it.
Maura?
So we're abiding by the bylaw as that every 2 years we're reviewing it. So this was actually one of the first times that we've had an opportunity to make a change. So that is the reasoning as well. So it's not that we had a previous opportunity to make these changes. So again, I don't know when is appropriate, when is not, but we have not had that meeting prior. So that is really the concern.
And I appreciate that and understand that. I know that these changes are long way.
Overdue.
Yeah, overdue. I mean, we should have done this as a board, and not us, but maybe previous boards, but it doesn't matter. We're doing it now, that's what counts. So I'm in agreement with us having to do what we're doing in the review. I think it's essential. That being said, like I said, my only concern is just that 6.8 potential change. In the scenario that you posed, Madam Chair Kitchen, here's a question that I would pose. So that committee will meet, the nominations committee will be meeting before you pass the actual,
Nomination
Changes.
committee meets and,
okay.
yeah.
So when I go into that meeting, what am I operating with? Am I
You-
gonna be
You're,
operating with the old
this does not
6.8?
apply to your meeting. This applies to the full board meeting. This does not apply to your committee recommendation. Your committee does not have to make a 2/3 recommendation.
Got it.
Your committee has 4 people, so you have to follow the normal
Got it.
rules.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So this applies to the full board meeting.
Got it.
And you're right, it wouldn't apply unless the full board voted on it. The full board will have to vote to make this change in order for it to apply. So, you know, but if you don't vote it out of the committee, it's not gonna go to the full board for conversation.
So, if I may, so Manager May, you can suggest whoever you want the slate, whoever your committee recommends the slate, and then it comes back to the board, whatever the board deems appropriate, and whatever they want to vote, they're free to do. This motion really just offers additional flexibility for quorum. That's about it. It does not change the committee recommendations.
Flexibility
It
and
makes it
eligibility.
easier to bypass the rules. I mean, because Dr. Brinson has been vice chair 2 terms, right? So it does, I mean, she's been able to do that through the current framework.
She inherited part of one term.
But I don't think that's material. I mean, like, I think it still
No, I
had to be
understand.
suspended.
I think the question before you is
I
whether
get it.
you want to bring
Yeah.
it forward to the full board for conversation.
Yes, I would personally bring it forward to the full board for a discussion and a vote. But I'd like for us we voted on one part. Now, I personally am in support of that. So I just, I think I do agree also with some of the board members here that think that even 1 year or 2 years may not necessarily be enough in light of the fact that we're transitioning so quickly and having to deal with so much as a district. And so, anyway, this is just another option of flexibility. So all those in favor of,
You have to have a second, now that it's a separate motion. It's no longer an amendment to an existing motion.
it's a separate motion.
It's a separate motion, you don't have a second.
Okay, do we have a second? Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, so all those in favor? Oh, are we through with the discussion, please? I hope so. Yes, thank you. Okay, all those in favor of 6.8 language change?
I reluctantly will pass it or vote for it.
Well,
Only for
that's
my
what-
concerns,
thank
the
you,
concerns, the
thank you, thank you.
concerns that I
All-
have
I appreciate
before an
that.
election.
All those against? All those, an abstention? One. Okay. They will be forwarded to, the recommendations will be forwarded to our board, full board on the 17th.
So, Chair, it's 5:15, but there's a second item with a motion that maybe y'all can do quickly.
Okay,
If
what
you
is
want me
that?
to make that motion. Okay, this relates to the policies, and it's.
Item number 3?
Yes, number 3.
Let me get, I know, no.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please, I can't see.
Item number 3, I move that Central Health's,
Okay.
oh, the chair needs to read it, okay.
She's got to read it. The item, not the motion.
This is the motion, this is
She
not
needs
the item.
Oh.
I have these dadgum sunglasses on that are not helping me. That's what I get for losing my
Where's the item?
glasses. Thank you, Mijo.
find it?
Thank you. Discuss, and item number 3, discuss and take appropriate action on central health policies. Okay. Ann,
May I make the motion?
please.
Okay. I move that Central Health staff undertake the following areas of work to be presented for consideration and action by the Policy and Bylaws Committee by the end of March 2026 or sooner. First, staff shall review existing policies and present a proposal for which remain policies and which may become standard operating procedures. Second, staff shall prepare a list of proposed policies to be developed or that are in development, including proposals from the Board of Managers and Mazar's recommended policies. Third, staff shall develop workflows that depict processes for development of administrative policies, processes for development of medical executive board policies, and will develop a proposed conflict management process to resolve any conflict between a policy adopted by the medical executive board and a policy of the district. So, Chair and members, this language was developed in conjunction with Dr. Lee and his staff. And the understanding is that this is their intent for their actions to take. Dr. Lee, I think that we developed this with Monica, and I think it's the intention, I don't know where Monica is, it's the intention, this is the activity that you all are engaged in to bring, so that's just making it clear for everybody what they're doing and what they'll be bringing back to the, this committee.
Cynthia, you have a motion? You're gonna make that in the form of a motion?
I just moved
Oh,
it.
you just moved it, second? Okay, any discussion? Before I call for a vote.
Somebody please tell me what the medical executive board will be?
The medical executive,
The members or what they're doing. They have been meeting, talking about the practice of medicine by Central Health, which we were not previously involved in. We didn't have our own scope of work. Now we do. And so the medical executive committee will oversee anything that may have to do, not with the provider, if there are problems with the
wait, no,
providers.
she's talking about the medical executive board, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, there you go, Monica. Thank you, Miha.
Hey, you guys.
Go.
Good afternoon. Andy Fuel, Director of Compliance. So the Medical Executive Board, they are already in existence.
That's right.
It is a few of our medical experts under the guidance of Dr. Shalsha. And currently, they have a separate process for policies. They review the healthcare and delivery, the clinical policies, and they go through a process. It's the PPMP committee, so the Policy, Procedure, and Protocol Committee. They convene regularly, and then they pass those approved policies or those recommended policies onto the Medical Executive Board for their final approval. At that point, then it comes to compliance, where we just take ownership of administering that system and sharing that information.
And I think the proposal that is in the motion is reviewing how the policies are developed by the Central Health Board and approved by the board, and then how policies are developed by the Medical Executive Board, which is a function of Chapter 281. In Texas, there's a prohibition of the corporate practice of medicine, so doctors have to set policies for doctors practicing medicine. And so in Chapter 281, like Manager Valadez was saying, when Central Health took on the practice of medicine, there was a process and a Medical Executive Board that was created to develop these policies and oversee the practice of medicine by doctors. One of the things that we owe you and that we are committed to bringing back at the latest by the end of March this year is these new workflows for how the policies are developed when they come up to the Central Health Board for further approval, and then this conflict management process, that if there ever is a difference between a policy of the district and a policy that's been adopted by the Medical Executive Board, how that conflict will be managed. And so that's something that I think in this motion, we are being directed to take on this work and then bring it back to you as a board with proposals by the end of March.
I'm gathering from what you're saying, the way you explained it, that is totally separate from our medical committee that we have as a.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any further clarifications needed? Okay, then all those in favor of the motion made, please raise your hand or say aye. Aye, okay. All those opposed?
Just the committee. Just the committee.
Okay, motion passes. That also will be recommended to the full board at the December 17th meeting. Thank you all.
Okay, you want to close out the meeting?
Hold on. Okay, as we have completed our business, the next thing we'll do is confirm the next ad hoc policy and bylaws committee meeting time, date, and location. And as we do not have yet a scheduled Central Health Ad hoc Policy and Bylaws Committee meeting scheduled. As soon as the need for a meeting arises, which will be soon, we will work with the committee members and other managers to choose a date and time that works with everyone's schedule. At this time, I'm ready to accept a motion for adjournment. Cynthia Brinson moves to adjourn. Do I have a second? Shannon, thank you. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. The meeting is adjourned. Potty break.
So members, what I'll do now is, I'll take us into the Board of Managers meeting just for purposes of the, our talking with the candidate for the Chief Compliance Officer. And we'll do that in executive session. So we'll do that, and, because we want to accommodate her time. So we'll do that now, and then we'll come back, then we'll recess the Board of Managers and go into our CUC Liaison Committee.
And I'd like to just apologize for us taking up so much of your time, and thank you for being here.
Okay, so good evening. Today is December 3rd, and it is 5:23. As a quorum of the board is in attendance, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Central Health Board of Managers. I think we're all in person. Yeah, okay. I will now proceed to public communication. Do we have anybody for public communication? Pardon? No, okay. So I'm going to go straight to item number 2, which is to approve the appointment of the Central Health Chief Compliance Officer. But we're going to do this in closed session. So I'm going to take us into closed session right now. It is December 3rd. The time is 5:24. And we are entering, and we're going into closed session. Wait, I need to read what, okay. I announce that the board is convening in closed session to discuss agenda item number 2 under Texas Government Code Section 551.074 personnel matters. So we're going into closed session right now. We're back? Okay, so it is December 3rd, the time is 5:52, and we're back in open session. We are talking about item number 2, which is approve the appointment of the Central Health Chief Compliance Officer. We had some questions, so let's see, did you want to ask your question?
Yeah, Jen, I just was curious, what is the sort of standard an organization like this in terms of the supervisory role of us with a board with a compliance officer, or is that more left to an internal staff issue?
Yes, so the supervisory role would be left to the CEO as he is the supervisor, the direct supervisor of the position. Related to the question as far as what's the role in helping evaluate, that would, more specifically, the recommendation would be around the relationship that the chief compliance officer has with the board and the reporting capabilities and everything that she's bringing forward to the board, and that you're comfortable with that piece of it. So you're not really supervising her performance, you're not supervising her you're not supervising and or providing feedback on her performance related to her day-to-day duties.
Yeah.
You're providing feedback related to the relationship of the board between the chief compliance officer, which can be folded into the overall performance review, which Dr. Lee would give.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other, did you have a? Okay,
So,
go ahead, Maura.
I don't, Manager Jones, you want to go?
Did you have?
No, I just meant, I was concurring with Manager Masaitis
Okay.
with regards to the role of the CEO and the board in the appointment and how that evaluation will occur. And so I was concurring with, that's an issue that we need to be mindful of.
So,
Did you have something?
based on what you just shared with us, Jeannie, could we include that board relationship feedback to the evaluation?
Yes.
So we're not really,
Oh, go ahead.
no, based on, we're not really assessing her day-to-day work, we're just, the relationship.
Yes, the relationship, are you comfortable with the reporting that she's providing to you?
Yes, so
that type of thing, yes, and so I'll work with Dr. Lee. We have a year before the next performance review cycle, so we have some time. But we will put in a process in place for you to have the process to be able to provide him with the feedback, for him to incorporate into the overall performance review, which he, again, will deliver along with all of, not at the same time, obviously, but during the same performance time period that he does all of the executives, and that will become a permanent part of her employment file.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, or Manager Valdez?
Yes, I have a question as to how we're going to differentiate. Let's say there is a situation whereby we have a staff person that's got a concern, maybe from the top tier or top executive team members, and somebody may be afraid or concerned about retaliation. How would that be handled? Would that never come before us? Would that be handled internally at the CEO level? How does that work? I'm trying to get a picture as to how that would work, because there have been some concerns raised in the past that never came to the board, but I heard about them. And this is how I'd like to, this is why I think I want to know, how does that work practically?
So I guess
Process-wise.
Go ahead.
Do you want to, I can speak to it, but if you want to go ahead and speak to it.
Well, I guess I just wanted to clarify, there's two different types of concerns. So there's concerns as it relates to, like what we would consider a human resources concern, and that type of thing. And then there's the compliance concerns, where a staff member might have concerns about a compliance issue. And so
thought I had it on. Anyway, those kinds of things.
So the easiest thing,
Because no one has come to us as a board.
so the easiest way to explain it there are multiple ways that people can report concerns that they have. So they can do it through an anonymous hotline report that goes straight to compliance, in which they determine whether or not it's a compliance or an HR issue, or maybe a combination thereof. There are times when there's concerns that both teams would have to investigate. There are ways that they can bring it forward to human resources, and they can certainly go directly to the compliance officer. They can certainly direct it to Dr. Lee. So I think there's a multiple ways of bringing forward the concern, and then we evaluate the concern to see who the appropriate party is. So kind of in the situation that you said, it might actually have been an HR investigation, in which that place, we would then do the investigation to see whether it was substantiated or not. But compliance and HR actually work very closely hand in hand, because again, there's multiple ways that people can bring forward concerns, and then it depends on how it's viewed, whether it's a compliant, HR, or a combination thereof. So, and then once get forward to the board, I would actually rely on the compliance officer as it relates to the compliance investigations on her process for bringing that to the board.
Well,
I can say, throughout the year, would we as a board ever be told or be made aware of? Sorry, I apologize.
I can speak to that question.
Okay,
The
be made aware of such.
The answer is what would you like it to be?
Okay.
Because, and what I mean by that is, there's an interactive process with the compliance officer, and so as she gets her feet under her, then she will be proposing some policies and procedures about how she shares information with the board. And so that'll be an iterative process between the board and her. I expect that, given her experience, she'll make recommendations to us about what makes sense in terms of how often she reports to the board, what kinds of things she reports to the board. So we'll have a conversation with her about her relationship with the board, and then that's the opportunity for all of us to have that conversation with her and tell her what we think is important in order for us to carry out our fiduciary duties.
Great, and along those lines, that would be also a way for us to understand if there might be a problem somewhere that we may need to address, or a trend that could be focused. We could focus in on how to make accommodations to make sure that issue is resolved if it appears to be a process problem or a HR problem. So I like that, and I'd like her to be given that kind of flexibility, Dr. Lee.
But yeah, I think she has to do that in order to fulfill her job of reporting to the board. Will be a step number one for her.
That's the only reason I'm saying that is because I have not been on this board to receive any complaint from any compliance officer ever.
Okay. Manager Rodriguez, are you wanting to say something? It looked like you were punching your button, so I'm just checking.
I was leaning forward. No, I was just, Cynthia, I was just going to agree with you that from an oversight responsibility, the compliance officer can work collaboratively with us. In my previous governmental experience, we've had quarterly reports that are redacted with confidential information that allow us to provide an oversight duty without getting engaged into the administration side of things, but also allowed us to monitor and review and oversight without, again, engaging in the administrative roles that are necessary to carry out those duties. And I am looking forward to the compliance officer making recommendations around that about how we'd like to do that.
Okay.
During my interview with this candidate, she actually offered to come and to report to the board, depending on our preference, quarterly, however we want. Is that correct, Dr. Brinson?
Yes.
Yeah, so she actually offered that reporting directly to the board. Just wanted to lay that out.
She also, when I talked to her, she offered up that there's a Office of Inspector General a guidance document, and it's a guidance for boards on how boards fulfill their fiduciary duties related to compliance. And it was something that she was used to working with. So I'm sure that we'll have an opportunity to talk to her about that guidance, and that might provide some information for us on how we want to adopt our process. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, just should we perhaps memorialize that and say, yes, we want a quarterly report? Yes. Just formally.
Well, I think we need a longer conversation. She may recommend to us she could recommend, every month for the first 6 months, or she may recommend, she may recommend something different. I think it'd be good to memorialize that we're gonna have a conversation with her, but I think it'd be better.
I think that's fine.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion?
So I move that we, offer her the.
Microphone?
Wait, no, we approved, here
We
it is.
approve,
Yeah,
I move that the committee,
that the board,
where are we? The board, wrong page.
okay.
Here, you want, well, somebody else make the dadgum motion.
I move that the board approve the appointment of,
What's Nikia's last name?
Smith,
Okay,
say it again?
Smith,
Nikita Smith, be appointed as the Central Health Chief Compliance Officer.
second.
second. Okay, a motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No? Okay, that passes. So somebody probably will want to call her and tell her that. Yeah, you'll tell her. Okay, so it's 6:03. We can take a little break. We're going to go straight into the CUC Liaison Committee meeting next. So Shannon, you were asking, is there food there? Yes. Okay, so be back here in 10 minutes. We'll get started again with the committee at 6:13. So. we're gonna go back to the full board meeting for one item and get that out of the way, and then we'll come into the liaison committee meeting. And so thank you all for your patience. We're just trying to manage the time. So, David, do I need to do anything other than to say, okay, we're back in the full board meeting, and we are going to take up item number 3, which is receive and take appropriate action on the Sendero Health Plan's budget for calendar year 2026. So, let's see. I announce that the board is convening in closed session to discuss agenda item number 3 under Texas Government Code Section 551.085, Governing Board of Certain Providers of Healthcare Services. Okay, so we're going into closed session for item number 3.
I move that the
Are
board.
we better? Okay, wait just a second. I have to say, we're back in open session. It's December 3rd, the time is 6:56, and we're on item number 3, receive and take appropriate action on the Sendero Health Plan's budget for calendar year 2026. Manager Valdez, you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move that the board approve the Sendero Health Plans, Inc. budget for calendar year 2026.
Do you have a second? Second from Dr. Brinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Pardon? Oh, okay. No, and no abstentions, right. Okay, so that item passes. Now, I think there was an announcement you were going to make.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Sharon Alvis. I'm the CEO of Sendero Health Plans, and we just want to encourage everyone to remember that this is open enrollment for the ACA, for the individual and small group, and we encourage any of you who have not taken action to please look at that. You can go to healthcare.gov and sign up. You have till December 15th to be effective January 1st. If you don't act by December 15th, you will have till January 15th to take action, but then you will not be effective until February 1st. So we really encourage everybody to look into the availability of having health insurance. We think it's really so important through the ACA. So healthcare.gov, marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, we are now going to recess the Board of Managers and go into the Liaison Committee meeting. So, good afternoon. Today is December 3rd, and it is 7 o'clock. As a quorum of the committee is in attendance, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Central Health Ad Hoc Community Care Liaison Committee. And so the first item of business that we have is to approve the minutes of the November 3rd Ad Hoc Community Care Liaison Committee meeting and the amended minutes of the October 21st, 2025 Ad Hoc Community Care Liaison Committee meeting. Can I have a motion from?
We approve the November 3rd, 2025 Ad Hoc Committee, Community Care, Liaison.
Your microphone.
I move that we approve the November 3rd, 2025 Ad Hoc Community Care Liaison Committee meeting and the amended minutes of the October 21st, 2025 same committee.
Second from Manager Brinson. All in favor? This is for the committee votes now.
Aye.
Okay, aye. Okay. Okay, so now, members, what we're going to do now is we have about an hour to spend on this because we still have one remaining item on the Board of Managers. Well, we have more than one, but we have one that'll take about 15 or 20 minutes. So we're going to have to get back into our Board of Managers meeting by about 8. So we have about an hour. We have 3 potential things to cover, and we will go over them in the order that I'm going to lay out, and we'll get as far as we can. The first thing that we will go over is the motion that's on the table and is in your backup. And what we'll do is I'll lay out the motion, and then if people would like to, if you want to have any discussion about it with our attorney, we have our attorneys here, and if you want to have that kind of discussion, we can go into executive session. This is, I'm talking about item number 2 on the liaison committee. Give me a minute and I'll show you what we're talking about. I'm just telling you that first we'll go over the motion and I'll walk you all through the motion. Second, we will talk about items that, second and third, we will talk about items that this committee did not have the chance to talk about yet. And those include items that CUC has proposed and items that we are interested in that we haven't had the chance to talk about yet. So that's the order in which we're going to go through things, and we're going to take an hour. So if we, I don't expect us to get through everything. We'll get as far as we can. We need to at least get through the motion. So I'm going to first lay out the motion, and then David go into executive session, because I think I can lay out the motion in public. Okay, so the motion is in your backup. It is this document. It's in your backup to the CUC Liaison Committee. I'll give you all a minute to find it. It's titled, it's titled Motion to Ensure a Collaborative Relationship with Community Care. Everybody got that? No, no, it looks like this. It's in your, the motion is in the backup with your packet for the board meeting. So, Valerie, maybe you can go around and help people find this in the, so, it's packaged together. You've got your,
Yeah.
no, it's this, okay. Yes.
It's in the CUC.
It's in the packet of information that we have for this, yeah.
Okay, that's why we're looking at the front, not the back. Problem. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
Chair,
Wanna make-
is this from Pam Benson Owens, the report? Is this what the, oh,
No, that's not what we're going through.
oh, okay.
Bless you.
This has been in your backup for this committee meeting.
Oh, okay.
It's,
Sorry,
it's the backup that was sent out.
never mind. Yeah, I was looking at this follow-up from,
Yeah, that's not-
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, there's
That's
so
what I
many
was
pieces
Yeah,
of paper. There's so many pieces
I
of
was
paper,
looking at
that's
that.
why I'm trying to make sure that you all have the right one before we go.
Ah.
Okay, do you have it?
Yes.
Do you have it? You guys have it.
Here? That's all I can think of. Oh. Second page.
You got it, you got it? Okay. Everybody got it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks, y'all. Sorry for all the paper. So, all right, I'm gonna walk y'all through this motion, and then, you know, if folks want to talk with our attorneys about it, we'll go into executive session. So, it's tied, and we also have one or two wording changes that I'll walk you through, as we get to them. Okay, so the first page is motion to ensure a collaborative relationship with community care. First thing it says is purpose. And this is all part of the motion that we'll be voting on. So that's why I'm going through it with you. So, and the first vote is for the committee to vote to recommend to the full board. And then when we get to the full board would vote on it. Okay. Purpose. Central Health is transforming our services to achieve a coordinated, ambulatory-driven system of care for our patients, an objective shared by our system partners, Community Care and Sendero. Central Health cannot achieve this vision for our patients alone. The Central Health Board is responsible for approving the final revised co-applicant agreement. The board recognizes that ensuring a collaborative, transparent, and accountable relationship with community care is necessary to success in achieving this objective. The revised co-applicant agreement, as well as a signed contract with the CUC CEO, must be completed to move forward with our transformational vision. Direction. And this is where there is a slight change in the second line, and I'll explain that in just a minute. The purpose is basically to set out why we're, what's the high-level policy that we're trying to pursue. Okay, under direction. The Central Health Board directs the Central Health CEO to consider these board priorities in the draft revised co-applicant agreement developed in joint discussions with the Community Care Board and the Central Health CUC Liaison Committee. The Central Health Board may direct additional terms in future meetings as recommended by the Board CUC Liaison Committee and as needed to advance discussions with the CUC team. So, the reason the wording was changed is that we are not yet at the point where there is a draft revised co-applicant agreement. So if we were to say to Dr. Lee that he had to incorporate these terms in a draft agreement, we're not at that stage yet. So that would tie his hands and tie our hands about exact wording and not allow for conversation with CUC. So that's why we changed it to the Central Health Board directs the Central Health CEO to consider these board priorities. So basically what we're voting on as we go through these priorities is the parameters, and they're intended to be at a policy level, a board governance level, that we want to take into our conversations with CUC understanding that the stage that we're at, we haven't even sat down and talked with them yet, but this is our guiding. This is what's guiding us so far. We may come back to the full board and say, hey, we heard something different from CUC, or hey, we heard something that's broader that we need to talk to you about. But basically, this is the starting point, because that's all we're at right now is the starting point. So, going down to 1A. So this is Central Health adopts the following, it should say board priorities instead of terms, the following board priorities. Let's see. Under 1A is process for establishing aligned strategic direction. And let me just say that everything that's under here, under this motion, was thoroughly discussed. And in fact, when I say thoroughly discussed, we talked for quite a while about all of these items at the last CUC Liaison Committee meeting. So we didn't include in the motion anything we hadn't had a chance yet to talk through. So just understand that these things were, I mean, I think all of you were there at that previous committee meeting. So this is just a reminder that we talked through all of this. Okay, process for establishing aligned strategic direction. The Central Health and Community Care Boards are responsible for alignment of each organization's respective strategic plans. The Liaison and Strategic Planning Committees for each organization, in consultation with staff, are charged with jointly developing processes for ensuring alignment, including a process to obtain community input, and recommending these processes to the respective boards for approval. So that captures our discussion that we want to make sure that our strategic direction is on the same page, and that community care strategic direction and our strategic direction are on the same page. So then we go down to the next bolded that's under that, that says, well, 1B acknowledges some things that we have already resolved and voted on. Just as a notation, as a board, our board already voted on that MOU. Oh yeah, okay. Let's see. That personnel policy we voted on. That's what that refers to when it says resolved. So then the next priority is where it says health center staff, at the bottom of page 1, health center staff relationship to central health counterparts is collaborative for purpose of advancing aligned strategic direction. Structures for health center staff reporting will be determined jointly by both Central Health and CUC CEOs to best advance the aligned strategic direction and collaborative approach. Central Health and CUC CEOs will provide these agreed upon structures to Central Health and CUC boards for approval. And here we're going to add a sentence that in case Dr. Lee and Dr. Yagoda don't come to agreement, which, you know, we're thinking that you will, but in case you don't, we're adding a sentence that says, if there is no agreement, the CEOs will report back in writing to their respective boards regarding any outstanding issues. Then it goes on from there. CUC CEO has dual reporting responsibilities to CUC board for HRSA compliance with scope of project and to Central Health CEO for public accountability, including HRSA compliance. Then we go on to the third one that says Community Care Board retains discretion over the health center's day-to-day operations outside of areas identified in the budget MOU, which is the MOU that we all voted for, subject to operating within aligned strategic direction and performance targets approved by the Central Health and Community Care Boards. Okay, going on to number 3, which is the alignment of community care bylaws and agreements to the co-applicant agreement. Next is revise the CUC bylaws to state that in the event of any conflict between the bylaws and the co-applicant agreement, the co-applicant agreement shall control per federal law as amended from time to time. The bylaws require the Central Health CEO and the board to be notified of all proposed changes and any amendments Central Health believes affected its HRSA responsibilities and receive written approval from Central Health Board. The last one is all other agreements, including the administrative EF, which I'm not sure what that stands for. Where's Monica? Anyway, all other agreements, including the administrative EF and the services agreements, should be reviewed, updated, and harmonized with the revised co-applicant agreement and approved by the Central Health and CUC boards. The last item relates to accountability and transparency. Central Health and Community Care shall develop collaborative and transparent processes to ensure Central Health's real-time access to all information related to the health center project, including HRSA filings, communications through EHB, financial records, and service delivery data, except where restricted by law or regulation. Processes should ensure ongoing information transparency. The CEOs will promptly inform the boards in the event of unresolved disputes related to information sharing. So this is the motion for us, for the committee to vote on. Now, let me just ask, we can have discussion right now. If there's any discussion that involves legal questions, we'll go into executive session. But if they're not legal questions, we need to talk about them in open session. So, Manager Musaitis.
I have a question, and you may, did the CUC board also approve these changes?
No,
So have you had any engagement, conversation with them?
Thank you for that question. I should have explained that. Let me explain where we are in the process. The process has involved, we have this liaison committee, and CUC also has their group. And our first step has been to identify, upon the advice of our IMAN attorneys and also in talking with Dr. Lee, our first step has been to identify a list of issues that we wanted to talk about with CUC to potentially put into a revised co-applicant agreement. They have done the same. So our list of issues we sent to them, their list of issues they sent to us, but we have not sat down and talked with them about it yet at all. We will be talking about, we have a meeting scheduled for the 9th, and that will be the first time that we will be sitting down and talking about them. This is intended as guidance to go into that meeting so that we are speaking with one voice on behalf of the board when we go into that meeting about these issues. Understanding that there are other issues that we may just need to listen to if we don't have board guidance on them yet. So does that
Chair-
explain the process?
Yeah, it does. So,
Okay.
let's say they do not agree. So that is something that you are all gonna be discussing at the meeting? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
If they don't, if there's any items that we come up with a disagreement on, this board has to do final approval, And also, what we're talking about is revising in a co-applicant agreement, but we are not at the stage to talk about any language changes in a co-applicant agreement. And when we get to that point, our attorneys will be, involved in wordsmithing. We are way before that. We are talking concepts right now and strategies. So it's the board's role to set those parameters from a policy perspective. When we get down to wordsmithing, that's where we'll be talking, our attorneys will be talking, Dr. Lee will be involved in that. We may be involved in it to some extent, but that's when we'll be looking to our attorneys to wordsmith. Right now, we are at the first stage, which is what are the concepts we want to talk to them about. And let me look to Geronimo, do you want to add anything? Elisa? I'm looking to the committee members to see if they want to add anything to what I've said so far.
The only thing I would add is that this has been a good, healthy discussion between the administration and the board regarding kind of a what I see as a team of 10 perspective around us walking into the discussions with the CUC with our priorities, with what we think are not what that we think that are our priorities, and there will be a negotiation with them. And I think in our discussions around that, the reason you see an additional process to have the whole board support it is to ensure that the will of the board is being laid out around it. So
the committee is discerning this on behalf of the board, but we're making a motion and recommendation to the board. And the board, the will of the board is what's going to be, what we kind of all discuss. And I appreciate Dr. Lee and the attorneys also having conversations with us to ensure that we're all headed in the right direction.
Okay. I would also just add one other thing about the process. This is the reason for the purpose section on this motion is to emphasize that we're in a collaborative relationship with CUC. Neither one of us can accomplish the system transformation that we're talking about on our own. So this is the conversation that we're going in with them is designed to be a friendly conversation. It is a collaborative conversation. It is not an adversarial conversation. So what we're just trying to do is make sure we're on the same page so that when we walk in, we can provide them with the thinking of the board. So were you wanting to say something?
I just wanted to reiterate that this document here that's being presented to the whole board is our opportunity, and Chair Kitchen, your opportunity to share now with the entire board the concepts and issues that have been on the table, but we're finally seeing them in writing. We've talked about them, but we've not seen them in writing. So this is in a large way, our way to keep our board, our full board, informed of what it is that we've been working on in terms of those issues.
Yes.
That's all I want to say.
Okay. Any comments, any other comments or questions on this? Yes.
Yeah, been on the board for a while, and to me, this even sort of muddies the water as to, I mean, for the direction, I mean, maybe we need to go into closed session for this, about the notion about direction. We're directing the Central Health CEO to incorporate motion terms in the draft revised co-applicant agreement.
No, we changed that language.
Well, but developed in joint discussions with Community Care Board and Central Health CUC Liaison Committee.
No, we did, we changed, I'm sorry, I know it's confusing. What we did is we lined out incorporate this motion's terms. We lined that out, and we replaced it with consider these board priorities.
Right, but are we directing the Central Health, is being directed by the CUC and Central Health Liaison Committee? Or are they kind of, is he kind of running the show, or are we just sort of saying to the CEO, do this? Because to me it seems
Okay, so
vague.
the process, it's a process question you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so the process, I mentioned the process before, but let me get more specific. The meeting with the CUC, the representatives of CUC includes our board members from the CUC Liaison Committee, Dr. Lee, there's others of your staff that are involved in that meeting also. I think, you'll have to tell me, I think it may be Monica, I don't know who. There's other additional staff, as well as our attorneys, our I'm an attorneys. So that's the group of people that are meeting to talk. The board members that will be involved in that are board members from the liaison committee, and they are representing the full board. They will not go beyond what the full board has said, and that's the reason for us, like Elisa just said, that's the reason for us voting on this. These are the priorities that we're setting as a board, so that Dr. Lee and the committee members can be representing the board in those conversations. Do you want to add anything? Yeah.
I think, Dr. Martin, that's a really good point. I don't know if it's helpful to you if we make it clearer to say the Central Health Board directs the Central Health CEO and the CUC Liaison Committee.
Yeah, we could do that. Then it makes it clear.
And then it's really staff. I mean, that's the issue. I mean, to me, this whole fiasco started by the great question that's in later, who's really in charge? You said, well, there's a disagreement. That disagreement will be taken to the separate boards. Well, what if we disagree with them? I mean, ultimately I want transparency, I want openness, I want equality. But at some point, someone has to rule that nest. Because if they disagree, then we end up with the same acrimony that led to this situation.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately what you're describing is
you're describing the process of there is disagreement. I think how to resolve that disagreement, whether it's litigation or whether it's, asserting certain powers or duties that we have. I think what's happening right now is that we are engaging in conversations with them or discussions and negotiating this and seeing if we can come up with an agreement or a resolution to it. And I think there's still more options for us to get to where you're going, which is who is ultimately the decider and who is ultimately going to make the decision. I think if we can make it together, we can go a lot faster. But if we get to that point, I think we're going to have a discussion probably in exec session.
Yeah, our starting point is conversation with our partner, CUC. And we're gonna walk into that assuming we can reach agreement. If we cannot, we will bring it back to you. And all we're talking about right now is these things.
Right, but we're presenting a motion about report responsibilities, and that is what led to this whole problem about who was in charge to do certain things.
That's not what led to the problem, Dr. Martin. Okay. What led to the problem is something that we have resolved already. Mm-hmm. What led to the problem was a difference in terms of the termination of CUC's CEO. Okay, that's what led to the problem. So what we have done since then is, as a board, months ago, we worked out a process, a step-by-step process to make sure that never happened again. And we have adopted that personnel policy, and at the end of the day, just as a reminder, that personnel policy says at the end of the day, if there's a disagreement, it comes back to our board. So that's what we adopted as a personnel policy. And that personnel policy was designed between us and CUC because they don't ever want it to happen again, and neither do we. So we've resolved that. These issues are other issues that we need to talk through that we don't want to be problems in the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, when I can, I'd like to talk to council when we can.
Sure, okay. Any other questions before we move into executive session? Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
David is not here. I have a quorum question in terms of meetings. So you're telling me, you just shared that the liaison committee.
Well, not the whole committee. Yeah.
Well, at least 3 members.
No.
Right.
There are 2.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. Let me explain. There are 4 members of the liaison committee. 2 members of the liaison committee will be in those meetings at any one time. Okay. They'll spell each other off if they need to for timing. And then I will be in there also because I am an ex officio member of this committee. I am not a voting member of this committee, so I don't count towards the quorum. So that's the 3 of us that will be participating. That's the 3 board members that will be participating in these meetings.
So we don't have to publicly
No, they won't be
post
posted.
these meetings?
They won't be posted.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand in terms of, quorum issues, because we've been lectured multiple times around it.
We've run this by David, and they will
I just wanted clarification.
They'll not be posted because, it's just they'll not be posted so that we can we tried to figure out a way to post them and then go into executive session, but we can't go into executive session with CUC people at the table. I mean, Monica can explain that if you want the details, but the point is that we can't post it and go into executive session and have CUC members in the executive session. So that's why we have to do it this way. We can't do it as a posted meeting. We started out wanting to do it as a posted meeting, but we can't. The lawyers couldn't figure out a way to make that work. Okay, go ahead.
And I just want to underscore that you, Chair, have been very, very cautious to ensure that we're not breaking quorum and there's not a quorum issue.
Right.
That has always been at the top of any decision about who goes and when we meet and so forth. I just want to really point that out.
Okay. Any other conversation that's not, we'll go into executive session in just a minute for legal, and remember, in executive session, we can only bring up legal issues, so if you have something that's not legal, now's the time to ask about it. Yes.
First of all, thank you for this hard work that has gone into this. Secondly, so if I'm getting this correctly, this was originally framed as hard terms as it's written, and that is we've decided to change that now into considerations. Is that right? So
On
that,
advice of our attorney, we did.
on the advice. Okay, and that was my second question.
Yes.
My second question was.
And we can talk about that in executive session if you
has
want.
counsel opined on this, and apparently.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, and then my third question, under 1B, for example, the two notions that are cited under there,
Under
those are
1B? Okay.
CEO staff reporting.
Yeah.
Those have already been approved, or are those clauses, or are those references?
Yeah, these are references to other documents that the board has approved. So the first one is the MOU that we signed with CUC. It was done in the spring. So that's language from that. The second one is the personnel policy that I referenced earlier that we approved.
Okay, so the MOU and personal, okay. So the one right above it, okay, so the MOU is less of a kind of policy document than the personnel. The personnel policy is obviously a policy document. My question is around this, I'll just read it all. The first bullet, resolved by Central Health Board approved MOU, Health Center staff report to and through CUC CEO, consistent with with Central Health personnel policies that align with agreements.
Yeah.
The personnel policies that align with agreements, do we know which ones those are and aren't? Or is that a subjective phrase, or?
I'm trying to, I'd have to go back. It's a good question. Basically, it's saying that we signed an MOU that has that language. The health center staff report to and through the CUC CEO, but it has to be consistent with Central Health personnel policies, and that's stated in the co-applicant agreement. That
Yeah.
they have to follow the personnel policies.
Well, with the period after policies, it makes sense, but where it's the qualifying bit
Yeah.
after it that.
I think that that's what it refers to, but I apologize.
No, it's.
I think that's what it refers to, but this was written before Thanksgiving, and so I'm trying to remember. Exactly. If you want to put a period right after personnel
No,
policy.
yeah, I just wanted. I wanted to first. I wanted to get this sense of the origin, and then the context, and then when we go into closed, I'll reference something else we discussed in closed, and then I think so. Were these? Can you help me understand about the joint board retreats? Was there a product that was supposed to that informs this or something like that, or anything like that, or is that was the intent of those retreats to guide or frame this?
I would say that the retreats guide the purpose statement at the very beginning, because in the retreats we talked about the fact that that we need to work together, and that's why you see things like. That's why you see the collaborative nature of the first 3 paragraphs. But the retreats didn't go into detail on the components in the co-applicant agreement, and didn't go into detail in this level of detail.
Okay.
We were trying to build this trust.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the retreat.
Yeah, to get us to this point. So the retreats are kind of in some ways, they were a beginning activity to build that relationship and trust. They're also a parallel activity that will continue. this is one piece of what we have to do together. And like this 1A where we refer to aligned strategic plans, that's ongoing work that we'll be doing with them. And that's where the retreats will inform that kind of thing. But did I answer your question?
Yeah, yeah, no, I think that's why I was, when there was another packet, I was like, I thought that was a deliverable from that, but no, yes, this answers my question, and I think any other questions I have would be more appropriate, would be in the legal setting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
You know, to Manager, Money, thank you. I always trip up with the name, but anyway, to his point, I would be, and you suggested it, Chair, I would be comfortable under the 1B CEO and staff reporting if we could put a period after the CH policies.
Okay.
And the reason I'm saying that is because when we say with align with agreements, that's just too nebulous for me, and I want to make sure that it's real clear that we're talking about personnel policies here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Anything else before we go into
Did we
close?
figure out what EF means, administrative EF and services
Monica,
agreements?
do you know what
Is
EF?
it
These are existing. What is
Facilities
it?
or equipment?
Equipment and facilities.
Administration, equipment, and facilities. Thank you.
Okay, and when we finalize this, we'll spell it out.
Thanks.
So,
I'm done.
and those are existing agreements. Anything else that's not legal
Yes,
related?
am I to understand that the committees of CUC, there were committees of CUC that are assessing these, or will be assessing it once it's in, this process is complete?
There is one group, and I don't know if they're calling themselves a committee or a task force, and it includes board members and Dr. Yagoda and Dr. Yagoda's staff that have been following a similar process as we're following to think through, you know, what they would like to talk to us about.
Okay, the second question is who were appointed to this committee?
Who what?
Who was appointed to
Who's on the liaison committee? The liaison committee is Cynthia Valadez. Is Geronimo, Cynthia, Dr. Brinson, and Elisa.
So are there reasons, or are there selected members to be selected to be on those committees without considering?
This committee was formed just like every other committee is. It's the chair's responsibility to create, to name the persons to the committee. This board, everybody on this board voted to create this committee and voted the language that says the purview of this committee.
But they didn't vote on the individuals to be on the committee.
That is not our process under our bylaws. We never vote on the people that are on the committees.
So it's conceivably that you could have board members that are not on committees.
I think everybody on our board is on a committee of one or more committees.
And you could have board members who are on committees but are not chair of the committees. Board members who are not chairs.
I don't understand your question.
We have 9 members on this board.
Yeah.
Other than I don't know who else is not chair of committee. And so,
chair. Geronimo's not a chair.
So the 2 of us are the
Right.
two not.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that speaks for what I'm trying to say.
I have always asked everyone if what they would like to do, and I have asked everyone to let me know if they'd like to chair a committee. I've never
been asked to chair a committee by you or Dr. Bell.
Well, I'm sorry, Shannon, if you wanted to chair a committee, I'm
sure
sorry.
I could have, but I'm just wanting to make a statement.
Well,
Notwithstanding, I don't want to delay that with
well,
this discussion.
Shannon, just wait just a minute.
The implications
Wait,
that
just-
comes out of these are things that bother me.
Let me just say something. I am not trying to react to your statement, but it's very important to me that every member of this board participate in one way or another and has been participating in one way or another in the work of this board, either through committees or chairing or otherwise. I have always been completely open with every board member to let me know what they're interested in doing. So if you feel that's not the case, then you and I need to have a conversation. But I'm not aware of anybody feeling like that they've been left out.
I won't get into those lessons we can have. And it doesn't matter anyway, because I won't be here this long. But the fact is that the message that it sends, at least to me, I can't speak for other board members, and the message that it sends to certain elements of our community is something that I am concerned with.
One of the problems, Shannon, and one of the things we just talked about in the bylaws committee, is the bylaws currently say we can only have 4 people on a committee. One of the reasons I brought forth a proposal to strike that is so that we would have opportunities to put more people on the committee. We have not been allowed to do that in the past, and that's why you only see 4 people on a committee. The other process that we've been following is, as you see, everybody's here, whether you're on the committee or not, and you're part of the conversation. That's another process that we have been following, is including every board member here. What you're seeing on this motion reflects a conversation at a committee meeting that every single board member was at. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I don't want to leave the impression with the public or with anyone else.
Wait a minute, I don't recall being at this
Well, you were
meeting.
at this meeting.
Well, I don't recall.
So, yes, can we
Can
move
I
on?
change?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And this pertains to the CUC CEO's contract. Has it been signed?
Dr. Lee, can you, I don't know. Dr. Lee, can you answer that question?
It has not been signed.
Thank you.
Okay.
I this kind of segues to Shannon's thing, and that is kind of the staff, CEO, and council are in all the negotiations.
Yes.
Okay, and that there's no authority's been given to the CUC Liaison Committee to negotiate anything, really.
No, not at this point.
Okay, thank
This is, everything comes back to the board.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're not at language stage at all, so, yeah. Any other, yes? Mhm.
I want to say that it's important, at least for me in the shoes I stand in the skin that I live in, to say that what you shared, Manager Jones, is very meaningful and important. And I can't, of course, I think none of us can assign the responsibility of that to one individual. Period. That's on all of us. And clearly there are going to be actions that will reduce the probability of such in the future as we as Chair Kitchen has mentioned. She's working to expand the potential for having broader committees and therefore more opportunities for all of us. But it's important for me to just say that I heard you, I hear you, and I'm sorry about that. In as much as what my role is and my systemic role in that is, and I just want to make sure I have the chance to say it. Thank you, Chair Kitchen.
I appreciate that, Manager Motlani. I just want to say for the record that if Manager Jones and I had an opportunity to have a conversation about him chairing a committee, then I could have made that happen. So I don't want to belabor the point anymore, but I also don't want to leave any impression with this board. And I hear your concerns, Shannon, and we can talk about them, but I do not want to leave any impression that this board is somehow not representing people. So let's move on, y'all. Let's move on.
I just want to make one statement, and that is, were it not for the fact, Shannon, that I still am a holdover to the bylaws, policy, and the policy and bylaws ad hoc committee, I would be in the same boat with you. And I have been for years. And, I get it, but I understand and feel your pain. I felt it, but I'm here because I want to make sure that there's a voice for community members that are not necessarily able to voice their opinions. And all we can do is continue to fight for them and hope that each board member share the same need to advocate for those that can't speak for themselves. And I appreciate everything that you have done.
And I just want you to know that I feel your pain, but I think that there have been situations that have created this situation, and we are getting past that. That's one thing that I'm appreciative of. So,
Okay, so let's move on. Any other questions before we go into executive session? Any other thoughts before we go into executive session? Nope. Okay. All right, so let's see. Okay, let's see. I need to read the item, right? I announced that okay, we're on item number 2, which is review and take appropriate action on key issues related to the co-applicant agreement between Central Health and Central Texas Community Health Centers, DBA Community Care. So it is, let's see. I announce that the committee is convening in closed session to discuss agenda item 2 under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. And it is December 3rd, and the time is 7:42. So we'll go into closed session. back? Okay. We're back in open session. It's December 3rd, and the time is 8:19. We are on, let's see, we are on item number 2. Review and take appropriate action on key issues related to the co-applicant agreement between Central Health and Central Texas Community Health Centers DBA Community Care. We have a motion on the table that's been seconded. So we can go ahead and vote, or we can go ahead and, I think, Manager Rodriguez, did you want to add anything to that motion, or do you want to remake the motion? How do you want to do
I
it?
think if we can reconsider the motion.
Okay.
With the following language.
Okay,
Pursuant to the legal discussion and advice in executive session,
okay,
I move to support the motion to ensure a collaborative relationship with community care as amended and provided in the backup material of our meeting.
okay. A second?
Did we have a first and second?
No, we didn't.
Yes, we have a first and we have a second. Or who's seconding it?
You're talking about the previous motion.
Yeah, the previous,
Yeah,
your
we did.
original motion.
On item number 2?
Yeah, we did. I'm not remembering who seconded it, but we did. But let's just move, I think we did.
So, Manager Rodriguez is first?
Yeah, so who's seconding? Do we have a second to Manager Rodriguez's? Motion. No, it has to be we're in the committee. We're still in the committee. Second. Okay, so, all in favor? Did you have a question?
I do.
Okay,
I just want to be clear, and I know I seconded the motion.
okay.
Because I'm in favor of what we've,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
concept and so forth. But I just want to be clear for purposes of parliamentary procedure. When we went into closed session, we had not made the motion yet. So the motion is now being made right now as
Well, I
in
guess so,
lifetime.
because I read it, but maybe I hadn't actually made the motion. I don't know.
Right, that was the point they were making, and that was my understanding.
Okay, that's fine.
So why don't we start from the beginning?
Okay, that's,
To play it safe.
that's what he just did.
Let's get it straight. Please.
Sorry, I can restate the motion. So pursuant to the legal discussion and advice in executive session, I move to approve the motion to ensure collaborative relationship with community care as amended and provided to us in our backup material of this meeting.
Second.
Okay, okay, all in favor?
I've got, I just want to clarify 2 things before we vote, if that's okay. No, or if you don't want me to, just tell me.
Well, go ahead.
Thank you. 2 things. One was just there's a period after personnel policies, I guess.
That's right.
And that was
Yeah.
done in open
That's
session.
right.
I'm sorry. I don't,
Yeah, I think we did that in open.
okay. Great. And then secondly, I guess what I wanted to do is just well, we could just look back at the record to restate what was amended, but so this is effectively sort of the framework through which
Yeah,
the
what we have
December
to
9th.
do, and I apologize, we're in the committee. So the committee's got to vote it to recommend it to the board, and then in 5 minutes, I'm going to take the full board, and then we'll have to vote it again as the full board. So everybody will get the chance to vote on it, so,
Okay, great. Well, perfect. Thanks.
okay, all right. Is the committee ready to vote?
I have one more question.
Okay.
Your mic.
Mike.
The document that we're talking about supporting right now, it's not the whole document.
No, it's just what I read out.
What you covered, which was basically parts 1 and 2.
It's a 2-page document.
Right, it's page 1.
It's a 2-page document.
Yeah, just these 2 pages.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay. All in favor, committee members?
Aye.
Okay. It's unanimous, the committee, and the committee's recommending that to the board. The committee's recommending it to the board. We'll get to the board in just a minute, and then everybody will vote. We're in the
Okay,
committee
just the
meeting.
committee.
Yeah, this is just a committee.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna close out the committee at this point then. And members, there were a lot more things that we need to discuss, but given the time, we're gonna have to schedule another meeting to discuss those other issues. So, I'm going on to item number 3. Confirm the next ad hoc community care liaison committee meeting. Managers, we don't have a date yet, but we do have much more we need to cover, so we'll get that set as soon as possible. At this time, I'm ready to accept a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now we're gonna go back to our board meeting, and, which was recessed, and we'll take up, and we're in open session, so we'll go ahead and take up item number 5, which is the same thing we just covered. Review and take appropriate action on key issues related to the co-applicant agreement. So, do I have a motion, to accept the recommendation of the liaison committee? I guess that's how we would need to make the motion, right, David? Okay, do I have a motion to accept the recommendation?
So moved.
And seconded? Seconded. Okay, any questions? As this is a full board's
Who
voting.
seconded? Sorry, we missed it. Who
Pardon?
seconded? We apologize. We both,
Yeah.
thank you, Dr. Prince, sorry.
Okay, so are y'all ready to vote?
The question would be, given the sort of discussion around just involvement in committees, would there be a possibility for a board member to be able to observe, a non-committee board member to be able to observe, and maybe not participate without breaking quorum or something like that?
I don't know, we'll
because-
have to ask David that question.
It depends on who it is and what committees
A
they're on.
non-committee,
It depends on what committees they're on. That's the thing. It's a numeric, if you're there, even if the subject is not directly.
so it's
that
mathematically
committee,
possible?
It depends, is my answer.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some considerations in terms of how many board members they're bringing, how many board members we're bringing, that sort of thing. But we can certainly check into that if that's something you'd like to do.
No, yeah, I wanted to entertain the thought of it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
With respect to the same question, and I know that it's a quorum thing, so forth. But could he, if he or anybody else from this board wanted to participate via Zoom, is that allowable?
There's still the presence, and so I have one question.
Okay, can we keep our questions to the motion so we can vote on the motion and then?
And then
but go
discuss
ahead.
it. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's vote on the motion.
Let's take
and
a
then I'll
vote
talk
on the
to you.
motion, and then we can talk about process. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
This is the full
Anybody
board.
opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay. All right, so that motion passes. Now,
Now, I have a question.
yes, go ahead.
Okay, this meeting is to occur on the 9th.
Yes.
I will be burying my brother in the valley on the 9th. I will leave on the 8th.
Okay.
We will bury him at 10 o'clock in the morning on the 9th, and then my cousin that evening. And then I'll drive back at some point on Wednesday from the valley. And if it was a matter of a quorum, and I would not be there, is it something that you could entertain Amit's presence in case I wasn't there?
Can we take this offline, y'all?
No problem.
And I don't know that I'm available. I was asking in general, so
Yeah, let's
forgive me.
please-
I didn't want to
It's the
belabor it.
9th.
Thank you.
Okay, I hear the interest in participation. We gotta take it offline. We have to talk to David. We have to figure those things out. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna go back to, the board managers. Let's go back to the consent items. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? There's 4 items on the consent agenda. Are you making a motion?
Yes, to
Okay,
approve.
second? Do we have a second on the, second? Okay, all in favor of approval of the consent agenda?
Is it discussion? Do we have opportunity for discussion on consent?
Did you want to pull an
You can
item?
pull an item if you want.
Yeah, is this the bylaws committee recommendation in
No,
there?
that is not on consent.
Okay, thank you. That was the one I wanted.
The bylaws.
I want to unpack it.
Bylaws won't come up until the 17th.
The following, okay, thank you.
Okay, so the consent is just the minutes, the central health investments, the participation in MICTA, and the interlocal agreement with Travis County. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. All right, so item number 1, approve the creation of a special ad hoc nominations committee. So members, the bylaws set forth how we set up a nominations committee and require us, it's just a one-time thing, so it's not a continuing committee, so we have to create it again. So, can I have a motion to create the ad hoc nominations committee? Manager Valadez, second.
Yes.
Manager Brinson, all in favor?
Would you like to name the members of the committee?
It's,
Oh, that's right.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Manager May, did you want to say anything? Because Manager May is chairing this committee.
Yes, please. Thank you, everybody. I'll make it brief. So the nominations committee will be meeting on December the 17th. We have not yet set a time, but I'm anticipating that we'll meet prior to our other meetings. So I'm looking at a 2:30, 3 o'clock time, just depending on how the other agenda meetings happen. And what I want you to just understand in terms of how we're going to run this, I'm going to follow the same process that's been set before, that Dr. Bell had set during the past 2 years. And of course, we'll be following the bylaws, needless to say, but I want you to rest assured that bylaws will be followed. The other thing is, and I think this is a more important thing that I want you to know, I am interested in receiving from our board any names of anybody who might be interested in serving on any of the different executive committee capacities. So I'm gonna just request, if you would, just submit your information to me. Just send me an email saying that, hey, I'm gonna just use, Manager Jones. Manager Jones sends me an email, says, I'm interested in serving in the vice chair capacity. Please submit, please know that my name will be submitted. And that way we know for a fact that we're gonna be moving some of these potentials in there. That being said, I'm gonna ask you guys to submit those by December the 10th, which would be following next week's meeting, and I'm gonna say midnight. So I'll give you a whole full week. That should be enough time for you to determine that. And just by way of information, I know we just got finished doing bylaws, but for those of you, if you're interested, as I said, I'm gonna follow the bylaws, and the review of the bylaws are under Article 6, and that's where it talks all about the different roles for each of the officers. With that's my announcement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna now move on. Oh, I'm sorry, did you?
I just have a question. There be, at that point, will my replacement be in
No, they don't take office.
They don't take office till January 1st.
That's if they're have they finished all the,
Pardon?
If then.
that's
They
right.
have to, they have to take all their training and
Oh,
they have to
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
sworn. and
Okay,
they have to be-
okay.
yeah.
Well, that may
Financials,
impact
blah,
your
blah,
number. I won't be there, but I'm just saying that may impact your number.
No, although it does state that
Wait. Let's, okay.
you're able to attend until that person has completed all the requirements of being seated as a board member. That's in the rules.
You can continue to participate
So you could continue, some people have not been appointed or come on until
Okay,
March.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that info.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's move on then to item number 4.
Just, may I ask a
Yes.
clarifying, just a real quick question?
Okay.
My request, because I'd submitted a whole list of things previously through the nominations process that were not taken in consideration, but I believe that it's important that if you are considering being considered for an officer's position, that you do not sit on the committee.
We can't do that because of the way the bylaws are written. The bylaws are very prescriptive on who we have to put on the committee. So, and we have to follow the bylaws.
Okay, and so since we were just dealing with the bylaws, I didn't realize that there was something that would have prohibited someone who wants to be on the board as an elected officer also sit on the committee. To me, that's a conflict.
I understand that.
That's an
but
inherent
I
conflict.
understand that, but, so.
I always did think that.
Well, you've got an opportunity to continue to think about bylaws changes, but the way it's written right now, it's very prescriptive. So, okay, let's move on to item number 4. receive, discuss, and take appropriate action on the alignment of the CEO benefits package. Members, I know it's late, it's 8:34. This is something that I think we have to do tonight, right, Jeannie, or what's the thinking?
Well, the thinking is that.
Here, why don't you come up here and tell people?
The thinking is that we are gonna have to discuss and take appropriate action before we finalize, the CEO contracts.
Okay.
Which would be inclusive of, Dr. Yagoda for community care, obviously Pat, after his evaluation, and then Sharon Alvis is also, they're conducting their performance reviews and will be needing to, redo their, employment agreement as well, so.
Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, and see if I've got this right. The thinking is, or the recommendation is, to align the benefits packages across all three CEOs, right?
Yes.
And so, what we're voting on is what we're setting the benefit package on, but that benefit package then has to go to the Sendero board and the CUC board, right?
We would talk about that during the conversation with regard to the performance reviews and redoing their contracts.
Okay.
With the exception of Dr. Yagoda's not going through a performance review, we're trying to finalize his contract.
Okay.
But there are some asks that have been made, and there's some variances that we do need to discuss, and then there's
Okay.
some policies that we need to either align and/or change and/or make recommendations to bring back to the board.
Okay, and so we need about 30 minutes, right, for this conversation?
We probably do, for discussion purposes, yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Wait, let me finish. Okay, so everyone, it's 8:36. We need to either take another 30 minutes and talk through this now, or we can do it on the 10th. If we wait till the 10th, that means that, I guess it's Dr. Yagoda's is the one that's waiting for this, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so what do people want to do?
How much do we have, if I may, what are the agenda items for the 10th? So that we don't find ourselves in another situation like
Carla,
this.
can you help us with this? I think we could handle it on the 10th.
Okay.
But, I'm basically just asking you guys, I mean, we need a quorum
For the
to,
meeting on the 10th, the board meeting on the 10th.
The only item we have is the CEO evaluation.
oh,
But
okay.
this comes after the,
But we do have 3 meetings that day.
What are the 3 meetings?
I'm gonna start mine at least minimally at 2:30, and I hope that the committee can meet.
We have the
then.
Wait, you're not meeting until the 17th.
Oh, that's right, not just 17th, sorry.
The 10th is what we're talking about.
We have the strategic planning committee, appointments committee, and a special call meeting.
Yeah, those two, I don't know how much time you need.
Starting at 1 though.
And we'll go till
Oh,
about
but we're starting at 1. So we should be able to get to this
I think so.
How
on the
many
10th.
people are we interviewing for nominations, appointments?
There will be no interviews, you'll be reviewing applications to decide who to interview.
So,
Okay, so-
Dr. Martin, how much time do you think you're gonna need for the appointments committee? It doesn't sound like you'll need a lot.
For the 17th or something.
No, for the 10th. For the,
Let's just review it.
Yeah.
oh, so that should be pretty quick, right?
The applications will be sent out in advance, so you're just
So
talking
that's a
about
quick,
stuff you've
that's a
already
quick
read.
meeting.
Yeah.
That's a quick meeting. You think it's strategic planning will be quick?
and if I
So,
could,
to answer your question, we should be able to get to this on the
Yeah,
10th.
we'll move then.
Do you have any concerns about us waiting till the 10th?
well, one is I know there's a sense of urgency to give some clarity to Dr. Yagoda, so there's
Okay.
that. But the SPC meeting on the 10th is the one where we'll be reconsidering the strategic transformation policy
Yeah.
board note and the central health strategy. So it could be a fairly in-depth meeting.
Okay,
And that was the first meeting that we're having at 1?
that's the 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's knock it out tonight.
Well, okay, I need to make sure I have a quorum. Can we have a quorum that stays for another 30 minutes?
If
Do we
you
have
can-
5
if-
people?
If you can say 9 o'clock, I mean 9 o'clock, yes.
Okay,
So
you think we can do that?
20 minutes.
I believe we can do that.
Okay, well, let's go
Okay.
for it then. Let's go ahead.
Do we
Go
want to
ahead.
do this in closed session, since it has
Oh, in closed session.
compensation and other?
Okay. All right, so we're
Asks.
gonna go into closed session. We have item number item number 4. Receive, discuss, and take appropriate action on the alignment of the CEO benefits package and the implementation of the recommended benefits changes. I announce that the board is convening in closed session to discuss item number 4 under Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters, and Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. So we're going into closed. Okay. All right, so we're going back into open session. It's December 3rd, the time is 9:27, and we are taking up item number 4. Review, discuss, and take appropriate action on the alignment of the CEO benefits package and the implementation of the recommended benefits changes. So, do I have a motion?
Manager May moves that the board approve alignment to the CEO benefits package and the implementation of the recommended benefit package as discussed in closed session.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, passes. All right, so now I need to confirm the next regular board meeting date, time, and location. Next one is December 10th, I think. No, it was unanimous. Yeah. Okay, I need a motion for adjournment.
Oh, I move we adjourn.
Okay. Dr. Brinson moves we adjourn. Who wants a second? Okay. All right. We are adjourned.